Tisztelettel és szeretettel
I would like to welcome you all with great respect. My name is Mr. Falco. I'm a journalist, editor in a television, and I have the honor to be your chair during this conference. It's a great delight for us that 1 year ago, about the same time, we had a conference online, but thanks to God, we can meet personally this year. Originally, it was a Polish-Hungarian initiative, and the Civic Cooperation Council was established on their initiative. But since then, a lot of time has passed. But basically, our objectives, our targets have remained the same. The Union of Free States, this is our vision about Europe. István Széchenyi, the great Hungarian statesman, said very briefly and somehow summarized this idea very briefly in one sentence: nothing about us without us. According to a survey, the majority of the citizens of the EU deem it very important to preserve their national traditions and national identity. And the majority of EU citizens also imagine their future within the framework of nation states. The basic value of Europe is democracy, and we are on the firm belief that democracy is best preserved within the framework of nation states. This is exactly the reason why the civic organization thinks that the present leaders of the EU in Brussels should take it into consideration, and they should somehow stop sticking to the illusion that a certain transnational super-European Union could be developed. The EU should get to know the national cultures, should respect the sovereign member states, and should somehow acknowledge that the strength of Europe is based on the differences between and among the member states, and not the preserved or not the homogeneity that they strive to achieve. The continuous enlargement of our civic society is very important for us. This is the reason why we are especially proud that UGL, Union Blue, the Albanian organization, and the Spanish organization are among us today. This is the third Congress of our organization, and we think and hope that we will somehow be able to inert some more pressure on the EU when we are united. 14 countries are represented by their speakers today: Spain, the United Kingdom, France, Austria, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Germany, Finland, Romania, Sweden, and many more countries will be represented here. I would also like to indicate that the presentation you will be able to listen to will be published in the near future. The Civic Cooperation Forum will publish in written form these contributions. The formal requirements are the following. The language of the conference is English. Each speaker has 15 minutes to speak, and we do not want to be very strict, but since there are many presentations, please somehow keep to the time limit. And one more thing, that would you please switch on your mobiles again at the end of the conference. Thank you very much. And right now, may I ask Mr. Laszlo Csizmadia to come to the floor. He is the founding president of CEF, the Civic Cooperation Forum, and please deliver your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank all those who want to shape the future of Europe through their intellectual and voluntary work, and who are taking part in our third Congress today. Since 2019, the aim of the European Union's Council for Civil Society Cooperation is to unite Europe's civil society to preserve and defend Christian national conservative values. At the heart of this work is the awareness of the principle of the supremacy of the people. The tradition-based culture of Europe's nations together make up our millennia-old civilization, envied by many as a distinctive feature of other continents, and the one that can be built upon continuously. It is against this that increasingly radical attempts are being made to counteract and polish it in what amounts to a casus belli. In the European Union, ideological battles are being waged alongside political interests, with open society ideologies opening a front to the dismantled sovereign nation states. The future of Europe is in the hands of our people, and we should use the lessons of the past. It is the duty of our nations to defend our hard-won freedom, which has cost us much blood. Protecting the smallest communities in the society, the family, is the cornerstone of democracy. They are the starting point of subsidiarity. The demise of the European Union is unacceptable because we would fall behind in the continental race to build an economy and society, but the institutional system must be scrutinized and reformed. Let us be bold to say that an institution that speculates on the creation of a single superstate in Europe is seeking to colonize our nations and peoples in the modern age. EU has declared war on Britain, and that's Brexit, while the EU wants to bring Poland and Hungary to their knees. Going down this road will break up the Commonwealth. In our view, the sovereign destiny of the citizens of the nations cannot be decided by a bunch of party fractions or groups in the European Parliament. And therefore, the institutionalization of local referenda and popular consultations, as well as the decision-making power of local parliaments in the creation and adoption of EU legislation, should be extended. The Schengen Acquis presupposes the uncompromising common protection of Europe's borders. The legal regulation of illegal migration and immigration should be the exclusive competence of the nation states. I'm convinced that the hierarchy of the EU's institutional system, as laid down in the Constitution, has been reversed. The majority of the member states, working along party interests, divorced from the citizens of the nations, are counter-selected politicians. They are preparing for the stability of position and role of viceroys in the future empire, often at great cost to their nation. The results of today's debate are set out in a concluding statement. A community intends to move towards the institutionalization by electing a managing board of our organization. Our Hungarian-Polish-founded organization is honored to be associated with the Italian Christian National Conservative Trade Union, the UGL, which has joined us as a partner with the help of the National Confederation of Workers' Councils. They have 2 million members. We would also like to welcome the Albanian, Spanish, and British trade unions and trade organizations present. We believe that we can become more effective by advocating together for citizens. We are taking strong steps to connect with NGOs and associations that agree with us. Our calling words are God, nation, family. The union of the future must be built from below and not from above. The citizens' initiatives cannot be silenced in the drawers of the EC, European Commission. The constructive messages of European citizens must be lifted out of the death grip of bureaucracy, and we are waiting for a new, easy-to-follow EU legislation. I believe it is true that anyone who is not a committed governmental official, who is not a party soldier, is a 24-hour civilian. So in the workplace, employees, managements and owners are all in the same boat for their mutual benefit. Today, the role of trade unions as class warriors is being pushed in the background, and loyalty to the company, professionalism and sharing results to ensure a common future are coming to the fore. Marching under party banners should be avoided. Dear friends, let us fight for a better, brighter future for our common Europe. Let us secure the freedom and safety of our children and grandchildren in the long term. Let us deal with the questions of human destiny through the primacy of the economy in the way that the founding fathers of the European community envisaged. And let me finish with the words of a great Hungarian statesman, István Széchenyi, nothing about us without us. Thank you for your kind attention.
People in Europe speak as many languages as the number of countries. Each language and each nation has thousands of years of history, culture, and it forms the basis of their national identity. The Polish are very proud of their national identities, just like we Hungarians. Maybe that's one of the reasons why we are so good friends. Mr. Tomasz Sakiewicz came from Poland. Today he is the editor-in-chief of Gazeta Polska and represents 400 civil society organizations. So now I give you the floor. Please hold your presentation. Good morning, everyone. He said that in Hungarian. I'm trying to learn Hungarian, but it's a difficult language. Although we have had mutual relationships for more than 10 years, and I travel a lot here, and I try hard to learn your language, but for the time being, I have to stick with Polish. Thank you very much for the introduction. That is correct. Our civic clubs are probably the largest such organization in Poland and in Europe, perhaps as well. Interestingly, it grew out of a media, which is the newspaper Gazeta Polska, starting from Australia all the way to the United States and Canada. We have member organizations. We are not present in Africa, so that's an uncharted territory for now. But not only journalists participate and not only Polish people participate in our movements, there are also a lot of members who don't even speak Polish, but they agree with our ideas. So today we are going to talk about the future of Europe, what Europe should look like, what the European Union, the future of the European Union should look like. There have been a lot of debates about this. For instance, about a week, 1.5 weeks ago, there was a huge demonstration organized by Gazeta Polska, and the motto was, you're not going to get Poland out of the EU. Because actually, the European Court ruled that one of the largest power plants in Germany should be shut down. That would mean thousands of people becoming unemployed, and also this power plant provides energy for the heating of thousands of people. And actually, it's not only revolting because of that, but also because the judge who passed the decision didn't take into account all the important factors. Very close to that power plant, across the border in Germany and in the Czech Republic, there are very similar power plants which continue operating, and they don't disturb anyone. And for some reason, the Polish power plant disturbed some EU decision makers. But actually, the Polish government passed a decision on its own, saying that our sovereignty is more important, and we uphold the right to decide which power plants should operate. So we will not bend our knees in front of Europe. However, the Polish representatives were not even allowed to bring up the issue in the European Parliament or in the European institutions. And actually, the Polish Prime Minister tried to raise some questions, raise some issues about this decision, and he was silenced. This is revolting because a basic principle of the European Union is democracy. Namely, it means that each country should have the right to pass decisions for its own territory. And if the European Union decides to veto some decisions that it doesn't like, that's not democratic. That's how the EU works. And the Polish, the Hungarian, and all the other nations joined a European Union which is based on mutual agreements. It's based on treaties. And we accepted the provisions, the regulations of those treaties, but if the EU continues operating and not following the rules of those treaties, then what kind of a European Union are we going to have? So shall we just remain silent and do nothing? Dissatisfaction is growing in Poland, in Hungary, in France, in Spain, in Slovenia. There are more and more disillusioned people who are disappointed and will not agree with it. But now we are going to have a debate about a new European Union because it seems that the current treaties do not provide enough guarantees. So yes, let's suggest a new union. Earlier this week, I wrote some sentences about what this union should look like. Obviously, the union that we joined has some positive values. For example, the open borders for the European citizens, the free movement of labor, the free trade, for the citizens of the European Union, but not for the dictators, not for the superpowers who question the freedom of the nations. This is how I diagnose this problem. When the bureaucrats in Europe receive too much money, for instance, that's a problem. So far, we have agreed to increase the budget of the European Union because we also received some of that money back. But unfortunately, it must be seen clearly that we can only give money, so much money to the European Union that we can get back, that we can profit from. But everybody wants to steal that money, and we don't want to allow them to steal it. So, in my opinion, we have to make it more difficult for them to steal our money. That's my honest opinion. if, for example, there are subsidies for the agriculture, the union provides this subsidy to us, then why should we pay the money to the union in order to get back the money from the union from the same purposes? Then we could just directly subsidize our own agriculture. Let's just set the limits of the subsidies, and we don't need to invest the money into the European Union and then let the union decide what we need. So actually we put so much money in the union, then so much that we can also get back. And we are not interested in reallocating those funds. Let's just keep the money in our own country. So whenever we give money to the union, they feel more and more inclined to take away some of our freedoms. But if we don't give them the money, then they will not be able to steal our freedom if we don't give them all that money. Let's see if we have any hopes that the people who steal will not steal later. Well, hope is the last thing that dies, but in the European Union, I don't see a lot of hopes. So the new plan for the Union should be that we pay in only a little amount of money, and everything should work based on social agreement or social consent. For instance, I don't need a permit from the European Union to come and visit my friend Laszlo and to participate in this conference. Actually, the Union would like to ban it because we are talking about topics that they don't like. The union should be where we need agreements, but we don't need the union where we can make our own agreements with each other. So the scope of jurisdiction of the union should be limited. Then maybe Britain would like to return. Then maybe other countries like Georgia or Albania would like to join, because then the union would not be so expensive to maintain, and it wouldn't only be about stealing money. And the other problem is that whenever we try to find a thief, we always come to the conclusion that Germany has most of the money. Why is it that always the richest profit the most? The German must understand that a project where there is only one winner is not a good project, because then the other nations will turn away from them. We would like to have good relationship with all the other member states, but it's not a good relationship that somebody steals and we say that's okay. The good relationship is that nobody steals from nobody. Thank you. Thank you very much for these very interesting ideas, Mr. Sakiewicz. I think that all of us who are present here are clear about it, that cultural Marxism, which was the ideology of 1968, is not only just knocking on our door again, but it's actually breaking the door onto us. And for us former Eastern European countries, it's very difficult to accept it, because we have the experience of communism, which we just managed to get out of 30 years ago. And we still have some remaining parties of that era. So we can say, no, thank you, we don't want Marxism. But this ideology is again coming to us from Western Europe. And it propagates open society. But we know that this ideology is anti-nation, anti-Christian. And there are some very important people who are having a strong opinion about it. For example, we have here today Mr. Zoltán Ostia, who is a Christian priest, and he would like to share his ideas. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I really like to see the correlations, and also to help others see, to make others see the correlations, to see the underlying reasons behind any kind of phenomena. It is a typical feature of civilized persons. They want to understand the reasons behind certain things and not just see the things as they are, but also understand why they are the way they are. If we want to understand why we are the suffering parties of certain things, we have to go back all the way to the 1920s, when in the 1920s, a philosophical school, the so-called Frankfurt School, moved from Frankfurt to the United States. Please look up this historic process, because it's very interesting to see, to discover that what happened there has a very important impact on the world today. It was this school that worked out the strategy that has been implemented step by step since then, and that we have to recognize clearly, and as a result of which we are suffering the consequences today. It's strange, or perhaps not, that this strategy is in complete harmony with the so-called Freemason society's strategy in Hungary. So if we look at the program of the Hungarian Freemason societies, we see a complete unison with the program of the Frankfurt School. A Hungarian historian called Ernő Raffai actually worked on the writings of the Freemason societies, because luckily in Hungary it is free to study their publications. In Hungary it is especially interesting to see, if we study their documents, if we see the correlations between their program, their goals, and the society's situation. So we can see from the 1960s, for instance, in the sexual revolution of the American universities, in the attacks against the church, and all the way today to the terror, the unfolding terror of the European Union. This is all based on the same agenda. You can also see that the liquidation of the church and the liquidation of the priesthoods has been an important step in this process. First of all, during the communist times, the schools, the church-maintained schools were taken, they were nationalized, they were taken from the church. And then they created obstacles for the operation of the churches. They stopped our congregations. They actually dismantled the communities that existed in our parishes. The attacks on civic society is in this process as well. Then the moral dilemmas about the priesthoods. For example, these days, when a priest appears somewhere, the attack on him immediately comes up that he's a pedophile. And a lot of people, when they just see a priest, immediately think about pedophilia. And already very young children, like 12-year-old children, are used for this propaganda. And there is a terror in Europe which we have rarely seen in our history in a spiritual way. But of course it has its political aspects. Now this was a long bracket. The next attack that ensued are the attacks on families, which have become absurd today, because the gender ideology and the the attack on children starting from kindergarten is now on an absurd level.
The same ideology is an anti-God and thus an anti-human attitude. The image of God is something that the image of human beings is derived from. Who is a human being? This is not an easy question. To be able to answer this question, first we have to see what and who God is. The most important questions can be answered by the Christian message. When we forget about our Christian teachings, our Christian traditions, horrible things could happen. Every day in the Catholic Church of Virgin Mary, we pray for Poland and Hungary so that we can somehow meet our mission. We have a joint mission. And until governments exist controlling our nations in a way that meets Christian values, then Europe's future is guaranteed. And we would like to thank our Polish friends that we can work together in fulfilling our mission. We could list other elements of this anti-human strategy, but all in all, we somehow should acknowledge and understand that denying God is a priority point of this ideology. First of all, we have to see how this ideology uses people and different groups of people. It is indicated by the phenomenon which I could describe as stealing words. Perhaps it was our president who spoke about it at a previous occasion. Let us just think about this phenomenon. I have gathered 40 expressions that are traditional Christian idioms, words, and we can see how the liberal ideology distorted these notions, or what other connotations, negative connotations, these words, expressions received. I will send you the list of these words. At the end of compiling this list, I just realized that a very clear trend is reflected. John Paul II, the Saint Pope, summarized it as follows: the culture of love or the culture of death. I think it is the perfect picture that emerges. I don't think we are paranoid, but we would like to use his words, his message. So then we should only add one word here. You should choose death, culture of death or culture of life. Hungary is facing parliament elections next year, and I think here we should make a choice, a very important choice, whether we select the culture of death or the culture of love. Three pillars underpin the culture of love. Let me rephrase again: God, nation, and family. It has already been mentioned by Mr. Chismadia. These are the three pillars our self-identity is based on. Christian faith, identity, gender and family identity, and national patriotism identity. Where are we attacked? these three underpinning pillars are under constant attack. So thus we should strengthen these three pillars. We should strengthen our Christian identity, our family identity, and our patriotism. Patriotism is also something, is also a word that has been stolen from us. National identity today is suggested to mean fascism, extreme right-wing popularism, etc., etc. So I do not want to follow now. I do not want to take too much time from you, but let me bless this conference and let me bless you, the participants. In the name of Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, let us pray. Dear God, our Father, please bless our community, our conference. Bless all those who act for others, for the common welfare and a better Europe. Give us clear heart. Please help us to be identical with ourselves. Please help us to be able to respect in one another the image of God. Give us clear vision. Give us the ability to be able to divide the truth from lies, good from bad. Please allow us to achieve our mission with your help. Give us prosperity. Please bless us in the name of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Lives and rules forever. Thank you. Thank you very much for your blessing and for your thoughts. We have a common experience here in Central Europe and Europe. When we speak about trade unions, generally and usually, we think of the state parties who serve the interests of the communist regime. And trade unions somehow did not recall trade unions who worked in the interest of the workers, but rather organizations that served the bloody ideology of communism. The National Confederation of Workers' Councils is a real interest representation organization, and they are brave and bold. And they raise their voice against any government, let it be on the right or on the left side, when they want to protect the workers. They represent Christian social values. The National Confederation of Workers' Councils has been working together with the Civic Cooperation Forum for years, and also with the European Council of Civic Cooperation. So let me now ask Mr. Imre Palkovic, President of this trade union, to deliver his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much for the opportunity, for the organizers, and thank you very much, dear friends who have joined us at this conference. Let me first mention the representatives of the UGL, whom I would like to welcome wholeheartedly. The Spanish, Albanian, and English organizations have also joined us here today, but also we have many trade unions here in Hungary who share our values, and let me also greet their representatives here. This is the National Trade Union. A few years ago, the European Union leading institutions just realized that the peoples of Europe somehow turned their back to the EU. And thus they launched a special series of programs whereby they wanted to re-attract people. And this even today is part of this program series. I would also like to mention the name of Károly Lóránt, economist who is also here today. He has been trying as a civilian person, as a civic person, for years to be able to inform the European societies and rank and file people about the real structure of the European Union, the aim and objective of this hierarchy that is in the background of the slogans. A few years ago, Mr. Lóránt said that nobody should misunderstand the regime, the more than 1,000 committees within the European Commission all serve or comprise of experts who are financed by large-scale companies and the world of business to represent their interests in the EU. And we should understand the reality. And if we are able to discuss and understand these processes here today, I think it's a great step forward. Of course, other organizations also try to formulate demands in the interests of workers. The European Trade Union Confederation, which is the largest interest representation trade union in the European Union, of course, has members with Christian social background, but the majority of the member organizations are liberal trade unions. We are a member of ETUC, and but somehow we are not really an organic part of them. Sometimes we try to open debates, and sometimes we raise our voice when they criticize Hungary, when they condemn Hungary, when they say there is no free press or media in Hungary. And it's quite astonishing that although they always say that Hungary and the government of Hungary does not respect democracy, they simply ignore the fact that the present government of Hungary was elected with a two-thirds majority 4 years ago. They criticize us because we are anti-democratic, fascist, racist, whatever. So I think we should somehow understand and interpret democracy, and it's very difficult somehow to convey our interpretation in these liberal organizations. Workers' councils and Christian social trade unions should somehow formulate their own vision about the future of Europe as far as workers and employees are concerned. So let me now just speak about a few points about the 10 proposals that are on the agenda of this public debate launched by the EU institutions. I would like to speak only about 4 points that might be the starting point of our conference. So we would like to focus on the Christian social doctrine of, of the society at the heart of the conference, which is key to the social and economic development of Europe. Great transparency in the functioning of the EU in the spirit of a Europe of nations. A renewed strengthening of worker and civic participation in the functioning of the institutions. So, as I have already mentioned, I would only like to highlight only 4 points. The first one being climate change and environment. Our Polish friend in his presentation mentioned a few examples when factories, jobs were closed down in the spirit of climate protection. So a just transition is needed. The EU should develop policies to ensure that jobs are maintained and workers' health and safety is guaranteed. There is a need for active labor market policies and training and retraining of workers to prevent job losses. The second important area is health care. It is a well-known fact that Central European, Eastern European male life expectancy is 10 years, more than 10 years shorter than that of a Western European male. So I think the EU should strive at equal access to affordable, accessible, high-quality public services, especially health care. But it is equally important that there are equally important areas, for example, social care, education, public transport, energy, water, sanitation, internet access, and access to good public administration. The third area, which is also very important, social justice and jobs. A renewed social contract is required for fair development and a more inclusive and sustainable society, at the heart of which must be the improvement of the living and working conditions and a better equality between women and men. Recovery must be based on redistribution, upward convergence, quality work, increased investment in public services and social protection, including to the right to decent pensions in all sectors. Decent recovery must also be based on the necessary foundation of workers' rights as well as trade union rights, stronger collective bargaining, and right to democracy at work. And this must be done with an approach that Pope Leo XIII set out in his Rerum Novarum on the indispensable role of labor and capital, the need for their cooperation, class struggles. I think is that end formulated by the liberal left-wing ideologists. We are on the firm belief that modern societies, in modern societies, the so-called cooperative cooperation should be developed that are based on Christian social values. We also signed an agreement with the Italian trade union partner that, of course, workers' interests should be represented, but not by jeopardizing the interests of the capitalist owners. And both parties' interests should be respected, and that's clearly expressed in Rerum Novarum, in the encyclica of Pope Leo XIII, a mutual respect of the other party's interests, and full account should also be taken of the specific situation of mobile cross-border and frontier workers. The EU must promote and protect the right to free movement of workers and also the interests and rights of workers in Eastern Europe who exercise this right. There is a need for a new economic model and governance that is based not only on GDP growth, but on an inclusive and fair EU-wide well-being of the people to ensure that social justice and economic justice go hand in hand, and reform of the EU economic governance is also needed, with the people's well-being as the goal of economic policies. The implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights must lead to a Christian social market economy which serves full employment and social progress. The last point of our proposals is digital transition. That should also be fair, with respect for human rights, including workers' and trade union rights, advanced working conditions, and the right to collective bargaining. Workers must be protected against a disproportionate and unjustified surveillance, discrimination-based biased algorithms must be prohibited, and violations of data protection and privacy rights must be prevented. We should strengthen the role of collective agreements and employee participation in design, implementation, and use and monitoring of AI and data strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have only begun our work with our proposals in the narrowest sense from the workers' point of view, and we consider the cooperation that we are now establishing with the EU set with our excellent European friends, whom I would like to thank for accepting our invitation. And please allow me to conclude with the words of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. We were given an opportunity. Let's have the intellectual and political courage to accept that times have changed. 30 years ago, we thought Europe was our future. Today, we see that we are the future of Europe. Let us dare to be democrats and freedom fighters in Brussels, because it is only this from which a new European renaissance can be born.
And now we are going to have the representative of a country which is a decisive power in the European Union. And to some level, everybody pays attention to this country. We know that in this country, recently, a person was in a position, namely Matteo Salvini, who managed to stand up against forced migration and reject forced migration. But today, we know that they have a left-wing government led by Prime Minister Mario Draghi, who used to be the president of the European Central Bank, and we know that he serves globalism. So therefore, it's very important what is happening in the near future in Italy. We also know that they just recently accepted a gender law, and unfortunately there are some negative trends in this regard. But as a Hungarian here in Budapest, just before the 23rd of October, which is our national holiday, it is always important to us to know that the Italians are side by side with us. And if we just think about the march Avanti Ragazzi, we thank them for taking sides with us. They are our special friends. So now we are eager to hear the Deputy Secretary General of UGL, Luca Malcotti.
Oroszul, de nekünk megvan angolul, és én kilehetettem neked.
Good morning, everybody. It is indeed a great honor for me, for us, to be present today. And please let me also give you the welcome and the greetings of Paolo Capone, our General Secretary. Our organization just celebrated its 71st anniversary. It was formed in Italy in 1950 with the goal to bring more colors to the trade union organizations in Italy. It was an anti-Marxist, anti-class struggle trade union, which brought a Christian color to Italian trade union organizations. And we also greet all our friends in EU-SET and all the other trade unions of Europe. If you think about Europe's future, first we have to understand how we got to where we are. So we have to consider the past. It has been a very interesting process. It's the tragic experiences of the first half of the 20th century that has brought us here. During the two world wars, the European nations clashed on the battlefields, and there was catastrophic balance in human and material terms. The European states were doubly defeated in the Second World War. They lost their decisive role on the international field, and we became the border between the bipolarism of the United States and the Soviet Union. So the European project was therefore born as a prevention to new European civil wars through the idea of pooling raw materials, which was indispensable at the time for the industrialization process. But this was only the first step of a process that would unite Europe. And actually, the next logical step would have been a common defense policy, which would have defined the entire continent. And we should have created this common defense policy, but the French Parliament rejected this initiative, and it shut down the project, and with it, it shut down also the path of the original path of a political European construction. And actually, with the Cold War, the opportunities were somehow limited. So Europe took a different path. It was mainly an economic path. So under the flag of the common European market and the well-being that comes with it, the European project expanded progressively to all Western Europe, and it represented an attractive lifestyle. But for those who were on the other side of the Iron Curtain were lacking the freedom and prosperity. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, paradoxically, the European project lost a part of its historical function, and Europe, which was after the Cold War, found itself without function. And a lot of contradictions emerged and came to the surface. It was Pope John Paul II who said it very clearly, but unfortunately he was unheard, that after Europe has defeated communism, it has to find itself a new purpose, or otherwise it will just fall apart. Unfortunately, as opposed to that, the monetarist Euro bureaucracy decided that it would prefer to entrench itself on liberal dogmas, and it created an incredible paradox. While the Euro bureaucrats in Brussels produce a mass of rules, and they try to make us believe that the hand of the free market operates, but they just create regulations that are pointless and nonsense, and they actually just create obstacles. It seems that their motto is cogito ergo sum. At the end of the Cold War, there could have been a rebirth of the political vocation in Europe, but as opposed to that, the Europe of bankers and the Europe of bureaucrats created such a great power, or built such a great power, that it is about popular control. And Even the creation of the European Constitution could have given an opportunity to bring up some great ideas, and it wasn't included in the European Constitution, so actually this opportunity was lost. And I already told the press this morning that instead a constitution was created which is soulless, it's boring, it's like a condominium regulation, and it's unable to warm the hearts of the European people. When we see a beautiful city like Budapest, we feel the warmth of Europe, the warmth of our identity. And this warmth is missing from the European Constitution. There are no traces in it because it was written by soulless people. In the following years, the globalization process changed the geopolitical situation. The Balkans Wars, for instance, that took place in European territory, proved that Europe was absolutely unable to intervene and to step up to stop the war. Inevitably, in the last 20 years, Europe was again defeated in the globalization process. First of all, let's see the spreading of Islamic fundamentalism in Europe. Europe has renounced its natural role as a barrier, not only from the cultural and social point of view, but also from the military point of view. We have also seen that the reorganization of the African continent, starting with the Maghreb countries, has found a divided and short-sighted Europe. And Europe has only been a spectator of what was going on in Africa and was unable to understand its role, its historic role. Then China joined the WTO, the World Trade Organization, in 2001. Unfortunately, the Italian Prodi also signed this, and it changed the balance of the geopolitical theater. Europe didn't even understand what it was going to bring about. So ultimately, Europe has stolen the sovereignty from the European states, and it hasn't been able to build a project that would be able to give a new historic perspective to the continent. So what is even worse than that, they try to criminalize everyone who try to regain their solidarity and try to go back to their European roots. And they blame these people. So sovereignty has become a swear word. I believe that it is the greatest thing that every people, every nation must have their sovereignty. The European Union faces two possible paths today. The first is to continue the decline, to give up its identity on the name of multiculturalism, which is actually doomed to decadence. Europe is doomed to surrender to Islam that wages its war without hesitation. We need to learn a new historic task and find a new identity, which is a combination of national identities and the European identity. We need a proud Europe that looks into the future, that is able to take a leading role in globalization. The Western world was born on our land. The well-being, the culture, the solidarity of civilization comes from Europe. In Europe, we have all the roots and all the resources to offer answers to the questions of globalization. But Europe also needs to move away from the rhetoric of formal democracy and move towards genuine sovereignty of the peoples. Europe needs to give up the ruining of the national sovereignty of the member states. And it is also necessary that Europe should become the Europe of nations. We must form a federation, a confederation of the different nations in order to be able to step up step up against the distortions of financial economy, which ruins ruins society, ruins workplaces. We need to slow down the process that sees more and more number living in poverty. And there is actually a handful of people concentrating all the financial wealth and power. And we also must stop it that this process continues, that people, more and more people live in poverty. So Europe must make a decision in order to harness these tendencies. We have to find a new balance between economic freedoms and the rights of workers and the rights of consumers. It is important that the legitimate profit should not be translated to exploitation. We need a new humanism of work which places the citizen in the center of European identity as a worker and as the producer of the well-being of the people. We have to understand that the current migratory phenomena is only about making the people pay the price of globalization. And we need a new Europe that represents a new balance, that reduces migratory flows, and we need a Europe that is capable of protecting its borders. We need a Europe that is capable of rediscovering the sacred dimension of the life of individuals and which isn't ashamed of its Christian roots. So Europe should not be ashamed, but should exalt its Christian roots. We have a huge legacy of the Christian teaching, the Christian doctrine, which can be the only thing that can stop the turbo capitalism. We need a Europe that brings the primacy of politics back to the economy and which doesn't allow that profit be the only objective of the economy. We need a Europe that can devote itself to misleading tasks of transforming some freedoms into non-existent rights. So instead of that, we should guarantee the true freedom and fundamental rights of the citizens. Luckily, the Italian law of homotransphobia has not been passed, so the fight is still going on. So Europe needs to move from formal rights and freedoms to concrete and usable rights and freedoms. We need a Europe that knows how to respect everyone's identities. It's a large homeland that is the union of small homelands. So we need to stop the de-Christianization and also the Islamization of Europe, which would mean the death of the idea of Europe. We cannot tell for sure if this Europe can really be born or it just remains a dream. But we believe and we are convinced that either this will be the future of Europe or there will be no Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Marcotti, for your heartwarming words. When we say solidarity, we usually think of Solidarność, Polish solidarity. That was the strength, the power that break through the wall of communism, an example to us all. But usually what we see today that mainly left-wing organizations fight under the slogan of solidarity. They used the word solidarity to gain power, and they use the word solidarity even today when, for example, they fight for sexual liberty. But we know that in fact there is no solidarity. It's just a slogan for them. Solidarity basically is a Christian democratic value, which means turning towards each other. And we know the story of the Good Samaritan from the Bible. That's a good example of solidarity, how to care for our brothers and sisters. Right now, we will listen to a speaker who comes from a Catholic Christian country, Rodrigo Alonso Fernandez, Secretary General of Solidaridad, a trade union from Spain.
Nos ayudan mucho en esta primera. Entidad política globalista que ha renunciado por completo a su identidad histórica. Por tanto, todos aquellos que nos tildan de eurófobos o euroescépticos por denunciar aquello en lo que se ha convertido la Unión Europea se equivocan, están totalmente equivocados. Nosotros defendemos lo contrario. La Unión Europea, que nació como una unión económica entre naciones soberanas tras la segunda...
Excuse me. Csak fordítást nem halljuk, nem tudom, hogy lehet ezen változtatni. Nem működik a magyar fordítás. Kérdezem, rajta vannak. Akkor lehet, hogy várni kéne addig egy kicsit. Egy percet várunk. Just 1 minute, please, or 2 minutes when we synchronize your speech, because we don't have the Hungarian translation. Csak magyarra nem, igen, csak magyarra nem. Úgyhogy egy pár perc vízszünetet rendelünk el. És akkor oké a fordítás? Igen.
Yo sabía que la liamos. Y se ríe. ¿Ya estamos preparados? ¿Ok? ¿Yes? ¿Ok? Gracias. Empiezo de nuevo. Empiezo de nuevo. Buenos días. Y quiero darle las gracias a la organización por habernos de estar aquí con todos ustedes, sindicatos hermanos, porque para nosotros es muy importante.
Bocsánat, továbbra sem hallható.
Bien.
Továbbra sem hallható a fordítás.
Al final cuento el chiste del esqueleto.
Nem tudom, hogy sorry. Lehet, hogy meg kell tanulnunk spanyolul gyorsan, hogy ezt az egészet át tudjuk hidalni, de esetleg nem tudom, hogy lehet-e ezen segíteni. Valószínűleg csak egy technikai probléma lehet, hiszen van tolmács. Vagy hogyha ide jön a tolmács és
Megpróbálom befordítani magyarra.
Igen, erre gondolt.
Olaszok, italiani, però non potranno ascoltare la traduzione italiana perché io dovrei tradurre dallo spagnolo in ungherese perché manca la cabina spagnola. Quindi io adesso mi sforzerò di tradurre dallo spagnolo non più in italiano ma in ungherese. Però chiedo scusa a tutti. Mindenki találni és kérek, mert én nem vagyok hivatásos spanyol tolmács, de azért nagyjából értem, hogy
Igen.
olaszul eddig jött meg, amíg én csináltam.
Jó.
Lei lo spagnolo?
Sí.
Sì, allora siccome io ho tradotto dallo spagnolo in italiano, adesso tradurrò in ungherese, ma in ungherese è più difficile tradurre perché spagnolo e italiano è quasi un gioco. Non so se mi sono spiegato, però il signore è intervenuto chiedendogli di andare piano.
Ah, bien, bien.
Non fermarsi mai,
Sí, sí.
però
Despacio, piano, ok. Sí.
despacio, muy così. Noi italiani, tanto lo comprende, spagnolo. Mondom, hogy én fordítok magyarul. Jó. Olaszul meg nem kell, mert meg fogják érteni. Jó.
Chiamiamo Giorgia Meloni.
Na hát ez a jó, hogyha ilyen sokan gyűlünk össze különböző országok.
That's the great thing when we gather so many from so many countries. Sooner or later we find a common language. So we will have interpretation into Hungarian, Polish, and English. And please, the Italian colleagues, try to understand your Spanish colleague. Both of them are Neo-Latin languages, so I think you will cope with it. So we will have Hungarian, Polish, and English interpretation. Hopefully, everyone will understand. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure for the Spanish Solidaridad Trade Union to be with you today. Once again, let me express my delight we are very happy that we are able to cooperate with so many organizations. First of all, I would like to emphasize that Europe and the European Union are two completely different and distinct concepts. The EU, which was born to serve the survival of the nations of the continent, has become a globalist political entity that has completely renounced its historical identity. Therefore, all those who brand us as Europhobes or Eurosceptics for denouncing what the EU has finally become are all wrong. The EU, which was born as an economic union between sovereign nations after the Second World War has become a bureaucratic superstructure that is made up of institutions that anyone chooses and whose sole purpose is the dissolution of national sovereignties and identities. From our perspective, Europe is much more than a dissolving supranational entity. We consider it legitimate to question many aspects of the EU. We conceive Europe as a historical and geographical reality that goes far beyond the treaties, federations, and ideological cultural impositions of globalism. Europe is a civilization that is perfectly defined by historical factors that no one should ignore, and that could be summed up in Greek thought or philosophy, in Roman civilization and law, and in Christian spirituality. Athens, Rome, and Jerusalem are the pillars that for centuries have sustained our civilization and that make up our identity. And it is an objective fact that Spain is part of this civilization unit, but not only because of its geographical position, but also because of its contribution to universal history through feasts such as the Reconquest against Islam, of which both Hungary and Spain are a historical symbol of, the discovery and civilization of a new world, the verification of sphericity of the earth with the first circumnavigation of history, the defense of the Christian tradition, the literary, artistic, and philosophical creation, and the expansion of Spanish as a language that today more than 600 million people speak in the world. For this and for much more, our European identity, no matter how critical we may be with the globalist bureaucracy, cannot be doubted, questioned, and as I have already said, not only because of our geographical position, but also because we have fought for centuries for our identity, heritage, and civilization. Moreover, has also seen the birth of key ideas such as sovereignty, or the emergence after the French Revolution of what we know as nation-states. That said, it is clear that to make a calm analysis of the EU, we cannot abstract from history. Without the Second World War, we cannot accept notions as the ECSC, the EEC, the Euratom, the EU, and these institutions. The promise of peace and prosperity offered by the EU made most nations enthusiastically want to be part of the European bloc of nations that a few decades ago had been completely antagonistic. But that cooperation bloc, all those promises have turned out to be false. And for this, we only have to look at the nations that were once under the Soviet yoke, such as Hungary and Poland. The Spanish Socialist Party have destroyed our whole nations, but nevertheless, fishery, agriculture, etc., was dismantled just because of the interests of other nations. The compensation that we receive from the EU are grants, aids, so that they can fully undermine our productivity. So these supports, these grants, or serve political aims and intentions that fall out of the interest sphere of Spain. This attack or this policy is not only pursued by left-wing parties, but also by the European People's Party or the majority of the European People's Party. In Spain, we suffer from a collective anxiety. After the euro was introduced, the EU entered into free trade agreements that in the end somehow destroyed the production system and structure of Spain, exerting very negative impacts on the economy and especially on the world of labor. Slave contracts are very typical of Spain. Our producers cannot compete with countries such as South Africa or Morocco. So it is simply impossible for us. Furthermore, the EU looks the other way when the import quotas signed in these treaties are exceeded. I think that another fundamental aspect to understand what the EU means for the nations that make up its debt. Spain, after the 2008 crisis, was forced by Germany to acquire more debt to save investments and investors, thus entering a vicious circle in which we ask for a debt to pay off another debt for the previous debt, thus generating an unpayable interest. This debt, which today is over 120% of our GDP, represents an invasion of our sovereignty in every way. Cuts, guidelines, tax rates such as VAT or the self-employed quota are imposed on us. Why does the EU impose that our pensioners have to lose their purchasing power, and not the salary or the number of politicians not the salary of the politicians or their number is reduced? Obviously, because most of our politicians serve as a transmission path for globalist interests that and interests prevent nations from developing, from growth. And this is what the Brussels bureaucrats seem want to see, who see nations and the prosperity of nations as competitors to trample and subjugate. In addition to that, all these problems is based or derived from a fundamental ideological and cultural subordination. The propaganda calls Spain as pigs or vagrants. And it has severe internal and external consequences. This propaganda, promoted and supported by our anti-elites and their propaganda media, produces an adverse effect on our national economy, alienates potential investors, creates uncertainty, generates more interest and indebtedness, and in the end, completely devalues our economy. Mass immigration is another aspect, fundamental aspect that we have to deal with. EU authorities want the nation states to accept quotas, but it is a pretext. but we are talking about economic immigrants, not people seeking political asylum or fleeing from armed conflicts. So these economic immigrants are part of a network that makes millions and millions of euros, billions of euros. The European Union tries to enforce this false solidarity on the member states by the trample on the sovereignties of the countries. Through the multiculturalist ideology, they simply alter the traditions and identity of these countries. Through this imposition of quotas, a global alliance is established. On the one hand, leftist progressivism imbued with good humor and endophobia. On the other hand, financial capitalism, which, displaying its immorality and its profit eagerness, introduces slave labor and reduces the working conditions of the workers. They have a desperate fight for profit. Disillusionment is turned into profit. There are solutions, but there are solutions which are difficult. We have to protect our workers. Our duty is to denounce that it is a planned migration invasion, substitution of the population, which will have negative effects in the end. It is a suicide of civilization. We have to promote life, birth, family. We have to protect our borders, our workers, our national economy, our culture, and our nation. We refuse the implementation of further projects that in the end will completely undermine the sovereignty of our nations, of our states, member states, and in the end will result in a United States of Europe. We define ourselves as patriots, and we would like to defend the model of voluntary cooperation. The situation in Spain in this regard is especially delicate, since our independence is not only threatened externally through or by supranational organizations, but also internally by separatist movements whose leaders, as you well know, find asylum in Brussels. Brussels accepts these Spanish leaders. Therefore, in the first place, we choose to defend the territorial unity of our nation. We have to protect our borders against these imposed migration flows. We have to defend our economy against the tyranny of large multinational companies and the global market. We have to revitalize our productive industrial fabric. We have to defend our sovereignty, our culture, our history, our identity, such as life and family. So, I would like to emphasize we have to defend life and family. This is the most important. And this is exactly that we want for Spain. It is exactly what we want for the rest of the continent, as well as the establishment of voluntary cooperation relations on issues that affect us alike. But most of all, we have to preserve our sovereignty at all levels. We consider that to question the functioning of the EU policies, the ideological impositions, the impositions of immigration, the destruction of national economies and other practices that undermine the sovereignty of the nations is not anti-European. We want to preserve our civilization. They are governing. But for us, the most important is that we would like to govern on behalf and in the name of the people, because otherwise we will not be able to salvate Spain and the rest of Europe based on the same ideologies and traditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez. And also we thank the Italian interpreter who was now translating from Spanish into Hungarian. And I would like to ask everybody to be flexible because we cannot provide interpretation to every single language. Our resources are finite. And normally the language of this conference is English, and you sent us the presentation in English. So I'm sorry, but we cannot cover all the languages, and that's why we couldn't provide a Spanish interpreter for today. The next speaker is from a country for the citizens of which it was also a daily practice to survive the most inhumane Stalinist system. And they still feel the remnants of that till today. This is a country of Europe about which a lot of people feel sorrow. They are thriving to get to the European Union, but maybe they are also a little bit disheartened about what they see. So they are the proud people of a nation which also has a sea and has very good football teams. Unfortunately, Hungarians has recently seen that. So anyway, please welcome Abisa Subasi from Albania. And I would like to ask her to have her presentation in English. Unfortunately, we cannot provide Albanian interpretation.
It's okay, yes. Hello to everyone. I will speak English because, you know, no one will speak Albanian here. I can also speak in Italian if you wish, but for me it's better in English, so. Yes, it's true. We have recently had a good football team player. Thanks, we have won some games. Let's hope that we will go on in that way, but in any case. So, Albania, it's not yet in European Union, a country that is a member. It's more than 10 years, let's say, or it's so many years that Albania is at the process of opening the negotiations to be a candidate country. But every year, the criteria of opening are adding and changing. So we don't know when it will be opened to be a candidate country, and after that we have a process that would last a long time for being a member state. So till now we are in this position. Last time from the EU, the reason was that the Bulgaria was against the accession of the North Macedonia because of the national problems that has to do with the use of the national language. So, if we want to enter this time, the criteria has changed. We will not enter like a country, but they want that the Western Balkans will enter in a bloc. So if Albania will not accept it, then even North Macedonia not. If there will be a problem with North Macedonia, then Albania will not accept it. This is another criteria that is going on in the discussions of the EU that we think it's not good. It's a good thing that EU citizens will express their views on the functioning and organizational development of the EU. These initiatives want to give more life to the democratic idea of the new Europe. The political, economical, social, demographic, and pandemic developments of the last year are necessitating a new European born. It is positive and promising for the future of Europe that the Brussels politicians have already recognized the need of a necessity of a Europe for new ideas and reforms, getting civic opinion and civic and civil activism is even the case of this conference, which is an exercise of direct democracy on a large scale that has not happened in the past. Economic well-being, military sovereignty, and the guarantee of a common market were the factors that kept Europe united even in the time of crisis. The 66-year survival has been accompanied by new and unpredictable phenomena in its beginnings, such as high unemployment, financial crisis, immigration, political unrest, membership expansions, Brexit, etc. The solution to these phenomena needs more competence in functioning, but also need rules and forms of cooperation and involvement. We think that the question now is Europe ready to accept change? Are Brussels politicians willing to accept civic proposals which call for the amendment of many EU agreements and rules? The change of these rules and agreements would be necessary and would make it possible to change the procedures for the description and of posts and decision-making within the EU. The EU must carry out a deeply reflective process on the common future, clearly moving toward a comprehensive reaffirmation of its policies and strategies. It is positive and promising that the European citizens themselves are synchronized with the change of spirit and the new political vision on the European future, guaranteeing a deepening of European integrity, which is also seen and served by this conference. We think that a reborn Europe is the most approximate and undefined term of the Union and potential member states. This term preserves and further develops the European dimension of democracy as one electoral dimension, which includes competition, vertical accountability, rational discussion and security, and a willingness to react. Liberal dimension, which includes the rule of law, horizontal accountability, minority rights, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press. Social dimension, through social justice that guarantees protection from poverty and reduction of unequal income distributions. Dimension of direct democracy, which guarantees the direct participation of citizens. Dimension of inclusion, the right to inclusion and participation, including immigrants. Type of representative dimension related to the typology of majority or promotional representation. Preserving and further cultivating these dimensions of democracy through a full reflection on them will enable a complete renewal of the attitudes and decisions of the EU for the whole continent itself, or of Europe itself with the rest of the world. Regarding the Western Balkans, I think that the EU should clarify and change its position. This change is probably accelerated even through a reborn Europe, with reformulated rules and decisions. The integration of the Western Balkans in the EU enables the EU and its member states to maintain the credibility of their strategic goals for the Western Balkans. The EU must therefore develop a new perception of the Western Balkan region by acknowledging the EU necessity to achieve its goal in the Western Balkans through its almost de facto integration due to common interest in economics, security, and human communication. We believe that Western Balkans remains a touchstone for the success and sustainability of the European model, the one of the democracy, freedom, and the rule of law in security and prosperity. Reborn Europe will pacify, stabilize, and democratize the Western Balkans in a realistic and lasting way. The current stalemate created in the accession process of the Western Balkans, especially for the case of Albania, with complex bureaucratic and administrative procedures, is favoring the penetration of influences and rising powers in the Western Balkans. So, Russia oppose EU and NATO enlargement. China and Turkey offer models of society based on democratic principles. So a democratically born Europe must remain a major player in the Western Balkans, both in terms of the model offered and in terms of political and economic support. An economically reborn and politically reshaped Europe, while continuing to maintain its human and social dimension, will have to completely change its approach to the Western Balkans. The implementation of the economic and investment plan, already approved by the European Union, is a concrete way of approaching and integrating this region into the EU. Through this integration, the EU must achieve twofold goals: guaranteeing peace and prosperity in the Western Balkans. Our European approach is an obligation and commitment of the new reborn Europe, not to remain a dream, but to be realized as a great expression of the majority of the citizens of the Western Balkans. We Albanians have a common past with the EU, and we will definitely have a future that unites us. At the last, as Confederation of Trade Unions of Albania, representing the workers in Albania, but not only, we agree in the points that Mr. Imre Palkovic said, which are very important to underline and work, which are climate change, healthcare, social justice, and especially now a great call is for new social contract. Albania is in Europe, and now we think it has to be also in the EU. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen, Anissa.
Thank you very much. And right now we will have a 20-minute coffee break, and we will have the so-called French block. Our first speaker will be Hervé Juvin, and then we will have Mr. Malos. So 20 minutes coffee break before the French speakers.
Nincs mikrofonom.
May I ask a mic? I do not have a mic.
Köszönjük szépen, reméljük, hogy mindenki
Thank you very much. Hopefully you have had a short rest. You could drink your coffee. So let's continue with our conference. The next speaker is from France. You cannot hear me. Please just tell me if I can start. Is everything okay? So let us start our conference. France, I think, is one of the most significant members of the European Union. I'm personally interested in the next contribution, in the next presentation, because the president of the ID Foundation will take the floor. Last year, Mr. Orban and Mr. Salvini started to negotiate about the possibility of forging a new right-wing party in the EU. And very often it is said about Viktor Orban PM that he is completely isolated. He is completely alone when visiting Brussels. But when you look at the photos, you can see that President Macron, though he is standing firmly on another platform, is constantly talking to Mr. Orban. So Arvi Juvin, the floor is yours.
I'm a member of the European Parliament. Some of my colleagues are here, and I granted them. And I, with the help of my friend Henri Malos, I take the initiative a few months ago to publish a manifesto for a new Europe, a manifesto for an European Union of nations and freedoms. I hope you can find the text in Hungarian language at the end of this meeting, because for me this manifesto could be the beginning of something. Of course, the Brexit was the end of something. It was the end of the dream of the Union as we knew it. And I want to congratulate the organizers of this meeting, because nothing about us without us, for me, is one of the major contradictions of the European Union as it works. Because as it works, and it is the first of some contradictions that we want to put light on, the way everything is working at the moment is everything for you, without you, and without your consent. This is the first contradiction, because where is democracy without the citizens? And where is democracy without nations? The second contradiction in the European Union as we know it at the moment is European Union is here to protect. And you know there will be a lot of issues about that. No. From the origin, from the Rome Treaty, European Union was to open. This is the responsibility of nation states to protect their citizens. And don't let European Union take the responsibility to protect, because it will be the end of the nation states as we know it, and it will be the end of sovereignty of our nations. Another contradiction is about the Green Deal. Our friend from Poland told a little bit about that this morning. The Green Deal is, the ecology is about normalization. Ecology is about investment on technical improvement, and of course, to address the climate change issue. This is a global issue, so we have to build global solutions. I totally disagree with this. First of all, the ecology is the responsibility of parents for their children and grandchildren. I have my own territory, and I want to transmit this territory more beautiful, more rich, more living, with more biodiversity to my children and to my grandchildren. The best ecologists are the families in charge of their own territory. Stand their ground, keep your territory inside your borders, and you will be good job about the ecology. This is another contradiction of European Union, because the way the Green Deal is working is at the origin of the major social crisis and this kind of eviction of rural areas, and it's so dangerous for all our countries. Fourth contradiction is the problem, the solution to every problem we meet in Europe is more Europe. For instance, the miserable failure of the European Union to address the COVID problem, of course, obviously, the solution is more Europe. This is obviously a fake. The solution to the problems the European Union faces at the moment is to recognize there is no democracy, there is no legitimacy out of the people, out of the nations, out of the borders. So we need more referendum, we need more polls, and we need more organizations of the civil societies. As you said, is one of the major ones, and I call for a union of civil movements and civil organizations in the European societies to build a new Europe. And maybe the last one, but one of the major ones, European Union is still working on the very long past idea of market-oriented economies and market-oriented societies. All over the world, this picture is out. From the US to China, and from Russia to India, what is at stake at the moment is nationalist economies, protectionism, and more important, strategic autonomy. So we have to work in European Union, we have to work on nearshoring, we have to work to protect our strategic industry, and more important than all, we have to protect not only the consumer, but the workers, the families, and our middle-class citizens. What is happening at the moment under the Green Deal, under the free trade agreements and so on in European Union, is the methodic destruction, the systemic destruction of our SMEs, our middle-sized and very small-sized enterprises, our independence, our local traders, and so on and so on, all for the sake of multinationals. By the means of the NGOs and foundations, they give billions of dollars. We must keep a very close eyes on this trend, because at the moment, European Union is destroying this very important and very living network of small companies and families' business, and we have to keep them living. Let me say for the end of this small trip around the contradiction at work in Europe, in the European Union, just to share some ideas for the future, and you will find them in the Manifesto for a Europe of Nations and Freedoms. First of all, we have to give voice to the majority of our citizens. At the moment, you have small minorities, very aggressive, who are silencing, who are silencing the majority of the people. This is why this meeting is very important. We have to give voice to people who are silenced by NGOs, foundations, the dominant medias, and so on and so on. Second idea for the future of Europe, we have to give back the power and responsibility to every nation on its territory inside its border. And this means we have to put an end to the unending grabbing of power by the European Commission. The European Commission is constantly reducing the freedoms of our citizens, the freedoms of our states, our judiciary, our legal system, to improve and to make reality from the will of the people. There is no democracy without the will of the people, and at the moment, the European Union is in total contradiction with the will of the people. We have to put an end to the exorbitant powers of the European Commission. And at the end of the day, we have to restore democracy. There is no democracy without citizenship. Thank you very much. There is no democracy without citizenship. What we signed with the Pact of Marrakesh is the unlimited rights for every man, woman living on earth to settle everywhere they want. This is a new era of colonization, and this is also a new era of slave trade on the umbrella of NGOs and foundations. We have to put an end to that, and we have to say that democracy is the expression of power of citizens in their own nations and inside their borders. There is no democracy without the nation states. There is no democracy without borders, and there is no democracy without exclusive citizenship. We have to rebuild our Europe on this basis. I'm here, and I am very happy to share a few ideas and to share a few projects for the future with you. I sincerely hope that this meeting is just the first of many more to come between us, with all our friends of different countries in European Union and around. We can build this new Europe, a Europe of freedoms, a Europe of nations, and a Europe of citizenships. Thank you very much.
Hát igen, érdemes ez.
Yes, it's good to think about these things. What Mr. Juvin mentioned, that the European Union is now working as an empire, and only a handful of people in the European Commission has the power. They have seized the power. And democracy, which is a fundamental value, cannot function, because if somebody from some of the member states try to say something, nobody's listening. And sovereignty would be one of the most important elements of the union's functioning, but it's not really prevailing. So once again, I would like to remind everybody that English is the language of the conference, and I thank all the speakers who stick to it. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Henri Mallos, who is the president of the Social and Economic Committee, and now the floor is yours, and also president of the Jean Monnet Association.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President Csicsmádia, I'm very honored to be here to accompany Mr. Juvin, my friend Mr. Juvin, and to be here for the third time, in fact, to your conference. Last time it was in a webinar,
So I was seeing you. I was in my small house in the beautiful island of Corsica, watching Italy just in front of me. And now it's very fortunate that we are here together. Mr. Tchitchmadia, I would just like to start to thank you very much for the invitation, for this brilliant initiative. And also when you make your speech, you refer to the European Founder Fathers. In fact, since July, I was elected president of the Jean Monnet Association, which is the historical association of family and friends of Jean Monnet, who is managing the house of Jean Monnet, with the property of the European Parliament, by the way. And I like very much your reference, because in fact the founder father of the European Union mentioned, of course, Jean Monnet, Robert Schuman, famous Roger Schuman, who is considered by the church as a holy man, as you know, but also Konrad Adenauer, Alcide de Gasperi, Paul-Henri Spaak, and others. And they have a totally different vision of Europe compared to what it became. They have a vision of collegiality, they have a vision of subsidiarity, and they have a vision also of a Europe composed of nations with equal rights. No nation should be dominant than the others, whether it's bigger, whether it's small, or whatever. And now we see, what we have. In Europe, we have centralization, we have bureaucratization, and we have politicization. So the question, I will just shortly try to give you some point, maybe technical point. So how we come to that? How we come to that situation? And this situation we saw the last day, it comes to a paroxysm when the European Commission is putting to the court the case of Hungary, the case of Poland, for very strange reason. Very strange reason, which has nothing to do with the values and the roots of the European Union. I can speak very frankly. I came for the first time in Brussels as a young student, as a young trainee, with full of hope, with full of love to the idea of Europe. Europe is my passion. I have European stars, the stars of the European flag in my eyes, and I couldn't imagine at that time, beginning of the 80s, that today the main topic of one European Council will be the question of LGBT rights or the gender issues. What have come to make such change in the European Union, which is there? Jean Monnet says always, we have to create harmony, harmony among the nations, harmony among the people, among the women and men, we say today, in Europe. And now we are dividing them. How we came to that? I will just briefly explain that in my view, there is a progression. There is a progression of the bad in the development of the European Union in the last 30 years. This has, in my view, everybody can have a different position, start with the Maastricht Treaty. In the Maastricht Treaty, with the creation of a euro, might be a good thing for some other reason, we have started to establish a kind of control among the nations. And now it becomes much more severe, control about the deficit, control about the political economy. I remember when I came here in 2013 as president of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I met your Prime Minister, Mr. Orban, I was the unique president of European institution to visit Hungary, because during that time Hungary was hardly criticized by the European functionaries, by the European bureaucrats, because of its law concerning banking system. You remember that. And it was seen that, Mr. Orban is doing something which is not correct. Each country has to develop its own policy to support business, support SMEs, support wealth, support the creation of jobs. And this has come to, for example, in 2014-15, when Greece has these difficulties, they have been under a kind of monitoring made by the IMF, by the European Central Bank, and by the European Commission. So they lost totally their sovereignty about pension rights, about wage, about all the things. So I think this, from the economic sphere, this has developed to the so-called rule of law, and nobody knows what is the rule of law. Rule of law of what? There is no competence, and we don't create harmony, we create division. The second event which happened, and I will insist on that, is the Nice Treaty. The Nice Treaty was in 2001, has created inequality among the states, among the member states. And for the first time, because at that time we knew the big country, so-called big country, had 2 commissioners, they had a certain number of votes, and they had a certain number of seats in the European Parliament. And at that time, our Polish friends have thought that Poland, due to its size, will become a big country. But no, they decide no, Poland is not a big country. Poland has less seats, less voice than the other bigs. And among the big, they decide to give to Germany, because of the population, a little more seats than the others. So we have destroyed the principle of equity among the countries. Another thing, I will mention 2 things that maybe will seem to you as anecdotal, but I don't think so. For the first time in the Nice Treaty, they decide that the president of the commission is no more what they call inter pares, primus inter pares, is no more just one commissioner among the others, and it was Jean Monnet principle of collegiality. They decide that the president of the commission will have more power. He will have the power to sack one commissioner. He will have the power to be a kind of head of state of the European Union. This was totally against the idea and the concept of a founder father. And I will add a small other one. Until the Nice Treaty, when there was this rotation presidency of the European Union, the European Summit took place in each country. I remember a European Summit be held here in Budapest. This is no more possible now. Now all the summits are concentrated in Brussels. So the centralization of the European Union has started there to be reinforced. And then we come, of course, later in 2005 by the Lisbon Treaty. And Lisbon Treaty, the worst, in my view, is the politicization of a European Commission with this principle of Spitzenkandidat that makes that one party, because he has 2 or 3 or 5 more seats than the other in the European Parliament, they designate the president of the Commission. And you can see that now it becomes that the president of the European Council was also decided in the Lisbon Treaty to have this new position, will be another political person. And then you have also a third political person in the European Parliament. So now we have a liberal, political body at the head of the European Union institution, which is very politicized and who has, as you see, a clear direction. You can see, I think it's unacceptable, could be unacceptable for the founder father to see a European Commission, a European institution, to the interfering in national election of one country, as they are doing with Hungary, supporting the opposition, as they are doing in Poland, supporting clearly the opposition. I can see even some president of European institutions supporting the protest in the street of Warsaw or in Krakow against the government, supported by the European Union, with the European Union delegation there supporting the protesters. We are totally changed from the initial idea. And I will add, just for you to know, but in this Lisbon Treaty, you have also one point which I think is very, very severe, very serious, is that the Lisbon Treaty, unfortunately, has authorized the European Commission to act by what they call delegated act. That means that the Parliament, the Council decide, for example, on the Green Deal, they decide on very large principles, but to all the way to implement it is no longer controlled by the Parliament, no longer controlled by the government, no longer controlled by the citizen. It's the bureaucrat with what they call delegated act. We call that décret in French. They can decide, and they can decide influenced by nobody knows who. And then, for example, with a taxonomy, with a Green Deal, they will decide on our day-to-day life, over the of the small shopkeepers, on the reparation of cars, reparation of machines, all kinds of activities. If you get green points or bad points, you will get easy access to finance or not. This will decide by bureaucrats. And we just finished by my last point, is that what you see today is that this politicized European Commission is driven by bureaucrats. These bureaucrats, it's a kind of elite, and they are, of course, very sensible to the new, I would say, trendy fashions of the world, the work culture, and coming from the US, from the Frankfurt School, which was very well explained this morning. And these bureaucrats, they are influenced by whom? They are influenced by the lobby, and by the most powerful lobby, all the NGOs, international NGOs, and who finance them, and also some big companies, big interest. And no more, and I will end by that, no more with what we call the civil society that you represent. I was president, as you know, of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I'm happy that one of my new colleagues, a member from Italy, is there in our meeting. But we exist, we got some money, maybe too much, but we exist, but we are not listened. They don't listen to us. They don't listen to the trade unions, they don't listen to the business, or not so the business association, they just listen to the lobby. The lobby has become the more predominant, I would say, activists in the European Union. Lobby and bureaucrats are ruling the European Union. So I would say to the end, so we have, of course, to change it drastically, as with the ID Foundation, who present that manifesto, Mr. Juvin had presented. But this should come, as Mr. Titsmedia say, it should come from the roots. We should change, we should reverse. It should not be a European Union roll out from the top, it should be rolled from the bottom. So thank you very much, and we will be with you for this very important initiative. Merci. Köszönöm.
Számunkra, magyarok számára azt hiszem nem mellékes, amit Melosz úr mondott, hogy az Európai Unió bürokratái hogyan próbálnak meg beavatkozni a választásokba, hiszen nemrég itt volt a Libe Bizottság Magyarországon, és ők is elmondták, hogy itt demokrácia deficit van, általában erről beszélnek. Úgyhogy egy nagy kérdés lesz, hogy hogyan tudunk a 22-es választások előtt ellenállni ezeknek a beavatkozásoknak. Annak idején Moszkva is beavatkozik, most Brüsszel is megpróbál beavatkozni, ugye csak a nevek változnak, de a módszerek nem. A következő előadó egy kedves honfitársunk, aki szerintem, az én véleményem szerint az egyik legelkötelezettebb képviselője a nemzeti ügynek, a konzervatív ügynek, alkotmányjogászként szolgálja ezt az ügyet, hosszú évek óta járja az országot, most is útban van, ahogy beszéltünk, és 15 éves nálunk a 2006 őszi rendőrterror, csak a külföldi kollégáknak mondom, nem gondoltuk, hogy megismétlődik az, ami a kádári diktatúrában, hogy újra egy posztkommunista vezető rátámad a magyarokra, ez most épp 15 éve volt, és ő is járja az országot, és próbálja fiataloknak elmondani, akik talán nem emlékeznek erre, hogy mi történt. Úgyhogy fogadják szeretettel ifjabb Lomnici Zoltánt, a Cöv-Cöka szóvívőjét.
Tisztelt elnök urak, tisztelt jelenlévők! Nagyon köszönöm a magam részéről is azt a hatalmas erőfeszítést, amit az előadók, a szervezők.
Very much for your enormous efforts that both the speakers and the participants have undertaken. When I wrote my text, the text of my presentation for the conference, The Constitutional Court decision on the case of Poland has not been was not yet passed. Perhaps it has overwritten somehow my topic. I'm on the firm belief that my Polish friends and the Polish government is facing a very unprofessional attack. Full exit is a phrase that they are using, and despite the fact that they are completely aware of the fact that both Poland and Hungary would like to stay in the EU, and according to opinion polls, Hungarians and the Poles are much more dedicated to the European Union than their counterparts in Western Europe. However, when we speak about the institutions in Brussels, the situation is somewhat different. In Central and Eastern Europe, opinion polls and surveys reveal something else. What happened at the Polish Constitutional Court? Nothing else but, among others, the French Conseil d'État or the German Bundesverfassungsgericht, former decisions were repeated by the Polish Constitutional Court. Yes, indeed, there are cases, there are concrete, specific cases when the union law has no primacy. We, in the Hungarian Cockney, call it as follows: there are certain cases when we can hold the tax of the empire. And this is all that the Polish Constitutional Court stated in its decision. The former German examples are very revealing. Solange 1, Solange 2. These are the names used in this present case. Solange does not mean a company or something else, but this is a word-by-word expression for the following: we have to seek or we have to prove as long as it takes until and as long as the European Union does not violate the national law, the Union law is the EU law has a supremacy. But as soon as the EU law violates the national law, we have the right to stop it. Should it not have happened, namely that legal bodies had the opportunity to declare the verification of their cause, I think perhaps it could have been done by the governments as well. David Cameron and Viktor Orban also promoted that member states could show the so-called yellow card and somehow halt or stop the EU interventions. Donald Tusk, the infamous leader of the European Commission, simply rejected this idea formulated by Cameron and Orban. And we know what the end of this story was: Brexit. And yes, indeed, we have to lay the foundation of our activities on the rulings of the national constitutional courts. And there is one more thing that we have to clarify. at this conference, because this is only a part of the series of conferences and consultations. There are 3 or 4 exceptions. There are the exclusive EU competencies. I completely agree with the following. The Lisbon Treaty provided with an exorbitant power the European Commission, but still somehow we have to hold this process that would still circumvene or overgress this exclusive regime of rights. The spillover effect should be stopped. A good example of that, the European Prosecution Office was established. But what for? Olaf has all the competencies that this new body has. But there is one thing that we know, that the European organization is somehow interfering with these exclusive rights of the European Union. Yes, please do not misunderstand me. The several decade-long EU integration is a historical fact that we do not want to criticize here. The exclusive customs rights, for example, in the case of the ALDO cases, is something that already raises the concept of common customs procedures, and this, according to the present legislation, is impossible. I think the 4 present distinctive categories should be maintained, and somehow all these categories should be clearly divided, otherwise there will be a chaos, and we cannot stop people turning away from the Union. And let me again reinforce something that we have heard from the French presentations. The Union falling apart is not due is not an issue that will be decided by the sovereignist right-wing governments, but by the citizens of Europe, by the people of Europe. If a certain process starts, and if the opinion polls will clearly demonstrate that the faith in the EU is rapidly diminishing, there is no way how the European Commission, the European Union governance could stop such an avalanche. So thus the responsibility of the Brussels hierarchy is enormous. These negative trends and these negative events and cases that simply deteriorated the image of the EU should now be stopped. It is also important to stress that when we say Europe, of course, naturally, we Hungarians do not only think of the European Union. Of course, this term also comprises of the European Union, which is a geographical entity, but at the same time, it's also an entity based on religion, ideology, and history. So this is the reason why the protection of national identity, according to Article 4, should be given more emphasis in the coming months than before. We would like to protect the European Union. We feel for the European Union. From the philosophical point of view, from the Greek, Latin, from the point of view of the Greek, Latin, Roman, and Jewish sense or perspective, losing our ideology and our traditions would not only lead to the abolishment of Article number 4, but to the complete collapse of the whole European Union. And this is also the reason why we would like to call the attention of Brussels to the anomalies that are present in our everyday life. And finally, let me just speak a few words about the state of law. Here again, we have heard about it from many speakers, and perhaps I might also be proud of the mere fact that I only comment on what we have heard previously. So I do not want to formulate new ideas. I would only like to add a footnote. The rule of law, Rechtsstaat, or the ideas of French constitutionalism are different, diverse, using the modern term. These are notions diversifying the European Union. Of course, they have certain common joint points, but still they are all based on national specificalities. The British judge finds the law. Michel Villay, French legal philosopher, said that the task of the British judge is to find the law, because the British system is based on case law. Acts are less important. Acts adopted by the British Parliament are less important than the examples of the case law. We in Hungary find it quite odd or bizarre because we live in a Rechtsstaat based on the German example, on the continental example. So what we believe in is that if formally, procedurally, a legal norm is adopted and it is announced or proclaimed, the President of the state signs it and it is published in the national journal, then this is the process of the birth of the law. And the court is nothing else but someone who implements the law, and they have an additional task is somehow to create a common corpus of the law. But what is very important from this point of view, that this, irrespective of the fact, because the British law follows somehow natural sciences, irrespective of where we find the source of law, in natural sciences or in normative procedures, and we consider acts passed the Parliament above an imperative legislation imposed on us. It was said by Kant. Nevertheless, each and every legal system, national legal system, bears certain national characteristics. Let it be the British, the Hungarian, or the French system. Sovereignist lawyers, jurists, are very saddened when we hear that diversified means modern, and it can become modern and diversified only if third country citizens are settled in our countries. Migrant minorities, sexual minorities, and different other minority groups, and their settlement and their uplift to mainstream policy means democracy. Nevertheless, I am on the firm belief that we have our national treasures. Let us speak about the settlers, people in North Hungary, the former upper part of Hungary, or let us just speak about Bretons or the Basques. Why aren't these national minorities important for the European Union? Why do they need to turn against them, and why do they need to reject all their initiatives? The networks are working, or perhaps I was very clumsy. So finally, in conclusion, I would also like, on behalf of the Civic Cooperation Forum, for your contribution. Thank you very much for having accepted our invitation. Thank you very much for being with us in such a great number. And we are especially grateful to you for representing our cause. We are moved that so many people, for so many member states of the EU, believe in the same set of values that we believe in. With this, I would like to wish you a very fruitful conference, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zoltán, for these very valuable thoughts. For us Hungarians, we had some ideas in 1989, 1990, and we believed that this would bring us welfare, well-being, and we can travel to Vienna anytime we want and eat Wiener Schnitzels until we burst out. And then when we joined the European Union, a lot of people believed that this would be the promised land and there will be economic prosperity and social prosperity. However, today we see that there are lots of problems with the welfare states. And it's not only an issue in Eastern Europe, in the former Eastern European countries, but also in the West, like Spain, France, and so on. And therefore, it's very interesting to listen to an economist. So let's welcome an expert of the field, Károly Loránd. Please welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you for this opportunity. It's not easy to be the last speaker before lunch, because I believe everybody is now thinking about the food. So I will try to be brief. I would just like to mention a few basic things first. It was mentioned in my introduction that I am an economist, and also it is a part of my task to give a little bit of a summary of what has been said so far. So I actually read the abstracts of the presentations beforehand, and we are also trying to prepare some form of publication which will summarize all the presentations so that hopefully everybody will be able to understand our opinions and how we see the future of Europe. So, first of all, I would like to speak about three things: the criticism of Brussels, the further development of the EU-SAT network, which doesn't require a lot of explanation, and last but not least, about the media connections, which is the second publicity, which I consider very important. So let me jump on to the first topic. A lot has been said about the criticism of Brussels, and I don't want to repeat the previous speakers. I want you to know that I lived in Brussels for a few years. And you could hear about other people's experiences in Brussels, like Mr. Juvin. And I had the same experience as many others who have already spoken, that I could see the centralization of power. And the last major treaty, the Lisbon Treaty, doesn't allow a lot of things that were previously allowed. So there is a so-called legal activism, which means that certain institutions have a lot of opportunities. For example, the European Court has very precise definitions of what they mean by European values and European principles. And from their publications, it is clear now, in their documents, it is clear now that they have a different definition of European values than we do. And actually, something I would like to cite from José Manuel Barroso, former president of the European Commission. He said it in a press conference where I happened to be present, because it was at the time when I lived in Brussels. And I remember there was an uproar when he said this thing. So anyway, he said something and the people didn't really like the idea, and then his secretary jumped in and he tried to explain immediately that you don't have to imagine it like this or that. So he tried to give an explanation. But also a lot of people mentioned the Frankfurt School. There is an underlying ideology of the Frankfurt School that wants to get rid of our traditions, our historic legacy, our cultural legacy, and it is supplemented by the open society idea that comes from Karl Popper, which is also taken over by George Soros, born in Hungary but lives abroad. And they try to expand the open society. The reason I'm mentioning it is that we have to step up against these on a scientific level. There is a Chinese proverb that says that if we want to defeat a tiger, first we have to defeat it in our head. So first of all, we have to be sure about ourselves. We have to be sure that we are right. And we also need to have a scientific apparatus behind us which can step up against these phenomena, for example, by organizing conferences like this one in order to spread these ideas. And I believe this could be one of the important tasks for the future, to fight against ideologies. We have also heard about economic and financial problems. Let's just think about the euro. When the euro was introduced, a lot of economists said that it wasn't going to work. And this idea of optimal monetary zones, monetary areas. So, for instance, when we have such different countries like Germany, the Scandinavian countries on one hand, and then Germany, Italy, or Portugal on the other hand, they cannot have a common currency. Because if they want to have a common currency, there are completely different conditions that they would have had to comply with, and there have been quite serious studies about it from the 1970s already. So it should have been taken into account because those studies have already clearly shown it that the euro cannot be introduced the way it was eventually introduced. The studies I'm referring to were published in 1974, 1977 already. So these studies were based on the practices of federalist countries and looking at the concentration of income, the concentration and reallocation of incomes. And they found that at the beginning of the integration, 2% of the GDP, then at the introduction of the euro, 5 to 7% of the GDP should be centralized and reallocated in order for those countries to be compensated who were the losers of the integration. So that's why it could work, because actually nobody wants to give up even 1% of their GDP to the common budget, especially those countries who feel that they get less back than what they pay in. And this is missing from the federalist method or model. And actually a lot of other factors are missing too. And nobody wants to actually pay 20-25% of the GDP to the central budget, which is the case in federal states. Another thing I would like to mention was published in the Marjolin report was that the large majority of the population of the member states should feel that they primarily belong to the European Union. And another survey by the Eurobarometer just last year, 2 years ago. You know, the Eurobarometer is a statistical model or indicator of the European Union. So they run a survey about whether people feel they belong to the European Union or that they only belong to their country, or that they feel they are linked to their country. So actually, about 90% of the people feel that they belong only to their nation and not to the European Union. So the large majority of Europeans feel that they belong to their own nation. And actually, in different European forums, they try to depict us as marginalized and as extremist. But it's not true, because the Eurobarometer survey said that 90% of the people feel similar to us. Another thing that we need to mention is the economic policy, the finance policy, which actually destroyed the European economy. In the 1960s, when we were living behind the Iron Curtain, and we rarely had the opportunity to travel to the West, but when we did, we were marveling the economic models functioning in Western Europe, but it has been destroyed. And now the Union is divided. It is now in two groups, the debtors and the debtees. So actually, it's not true. It's not the countries that are divided, but some circles of power behind the countries. So we have to be very careful not to be deceived. It has also been mentioned that there are problems in Southern Europe, and one of the major problems is that we are now overwhelmed by cheap Asian products. And we need a long-term strategy to tackle this. Also, it has been mentioned that we need to work out a system that builds on local economies. We have to develop the local economies and also trade wherever possible, but we should not risk our security, because it is our security if we have strong local organizations. There is one more thing I would like to mention within this topic. And I'm actually happy to see that Mr. Shakiewicz had just returned to the room, because I would like to talk about a problem that specifically affects Poland and Hungary. And this is about the climate craze. Let me call it that, climate craze. Because Poland has now been punished for this, for example, shutting down that coal mine and that power plant. What the European Union is doing is actually insane. We have to step up against it, and I wrote a book about it. It has been translated into English as well, and I hope that within a Hungarian-Polish cooperation it can also be published in Polish, because the book points out why Brussels is wrong about this climate insanity. And I think it's especially important because if we don't step up against it, then they will force onto us a policy that they are unable to implement. Even the Germans will not be able to implement their current environmental policies. You can already see, for example, by the trends in energy prices. So we will have to get back to this topic and we'll have to strongly step up against it. The other topic I wanted to talk about is further development of the EU SET network. Only one thing about this topic. We need to have a think tank behind us. We need to have the theoretical background. We have to identify institutions who think similarly to us, and we have to involve them in our work, create a network. And the last big topic I wanted to talk about is the role of the media. It was also in Mr. Szakiewicz's presentation that we again have to create some form of cooperation. So media forms as a second wave of publicity. So we have to let the people know that we are not extremists, we are not fascists. We simply represent the ideology that a majority of European people believe in. It's okay that somebody wants to be German and another person wants to be Italian, but we may still share the same ideology, the same values, and we can be sure that those ideas will benefit all. And just one last thing, because it seems I'm at the end of my time, that Mr. Juvin and his colleagues have drafted a manifesto. And there's just one thing I would like to point out. They said that they would work out 12 points, which they will substitute for the 12 stars of the flag of the European Union. But actually these 12 stars do not represent the Union, it represents the tyranny of Brussels. So let's just say that this star represents national sovereignty. This star represents European traditions, historic legacy. This star represents Christian roots. So we have to reevaluate. We cannot allow it that they make up symbols for their purposes. So we cannot let them, for instance, to use the rainbow for minority rights representation, because the rainbow symbolizes unity between mankind and God. So, and we speak different languages, but through interpretation, we can still work together if we unite our forces. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Károly Lóránt. Now we have lunch break. Please be back at 1:45. Now enjoy the lunch and also enjoy an exchange of ideas during the lunch break with each other.
Szeretettel
Welcome back. Hope you have enjoyed your lunch and your informal discussions during lunch. The previous presentations, I think, were a good soil for further discussions. The reason why I'm standing by the mic is not that I am the next speaker, but I would like to introduce or to interpret or convey the message of our next speaker, Eva Maria Barchi, who is an international lawyer, and she sent her speech in a written form. I would like to read it for you.
So the presentation of Dr. Eva Maria Barchi, international lawyer. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, the whole world is going through a great transformation. So is Europe. If we want to talk about the future of Europe or the future of the European Union, which are two different topics, first of all, we have to review the historic reasons and how we got to the present situations. Europe is in deep crisis. People feel more and more about the bureaucratic changes in Europe and the more and more dictatorial system, the consequence of which is an unforeseen loss of trust. Europe is in front of such a great change as it was 30 years ago, when the Western and the Eastern blocs were still facing each other. 30 years ago, to be precise, in March 1988, in my first Hungarian speech at the Jurta Theatre in Budapest, I was encouraging the newly formed Hungarian Democratic Forum that every dictatorial governments are doomed to fail. So Eva Maria Barki said that 2 years before the change of the political regime in Hungary. Because it is the nature of every authoritarian regimes that they are going to fail at the end. And you are going to win because you have right and justice on your side. And it happened eventually. Today in 2021, I say the same thing because the fundamental rights and freedoms and national sovereignty are basic rights. And the loss of these values or these principles is a threat to us, but this threat is not coming from the East, it's coming from the West this time. We have to suffer on the daily basis the discrimination and the attacks of the Western tyrannies with the support of the liberal media there. So why was it a missed opportunity after the end of the Cold War that we create a true European cooperation when the nations of Europe were not sitting with each other as winners and as losers, but as equal nations? And the answer to this question is because the West didn't want it. I had the personal experience to prove it when I was in different European countries, and also I visited the Congress of the United States in the 1980s. A higher-ranking official actually called me on the phone and warned me that I should not question the Warsaw Pact because that's a reality. And actually the American ambassador, Warren Zimmerman, shared the same opinion, and even representatives of the Hungarian Democratic Forum could not convince him. And including the West, the Western powers, including the German politicians, did not want a united Germany. They did not want the Berlin Wall to fall. The people would only manage to achieve these things in a peaceful revolution. Now, after that, so after the Berlin Wall fell and Germany reunited, and Gorbachev declared the fall of the Soviet Union, and then there was the conference organized in November 1990 in Paris, and the Paris Charter for the New Europe was born. Only then, in this format, which was also signed by the European Community, the parties confirmed the equality of the nations, and they took the initiative to ensure the sovereignty and independence of all nations, and they all stated that Europe is at the beginning of a new era. But these good intentions only remained on paper, and they were not realized in practice. The European Community actually later opposed this sovereignty when they turned against the independent initiatives of Slovenia. The same thing happened about Croatia when the Croatian people declared their independence. And so without the lacking of the Western states, both of these nations had to fight for their freedom in bloody wars. And actually the Western countries only recognized them as sovereign states a year later. So why did this happen? It was because of the geopolitical and foreign policy principles of the United States. Well, first of all, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the United States had the monopoly of power in the world as the only remaining superpower. President Bush in 1991 already proclaimed the New World Order, which is based on the Wolfowitz Doctrine, and it increased the hegemony demands of the United States over Europe as well. The goal up to this day is to surround Russia as the enemy power. The intervention in Europe was based on the heartland theory. This theory was worked out, this doctrine was worked out in 1904. Those who have power over Eastern Europe have the power over the hard country, and those who have the rule over the hard country has the rule over Eurasia, and those who have the power over Eurasia, Europe and Asia have power over the entire world. As George Friedman, who was of Hungarian origin, said in a think tank interview, this is the theory which still prevails in the United States and is still taught at the academies. And in practice, it means that we have to draw a division line between Western Europe and Eastern Europe, because a possible cooperation between Western Europe and Russia, and especially a possible cooperation between Russia and Germany, must be prevented no matter what. Because cooperation of Europe and Asia would be against the American interests. And in this light, we have to interpret the policies about Ukraine, but also they apply this policy over Hungary, because Hungary is also a part of this heartland. So the division of Europe is the ultimate goal of the American politics. George Soros said a few years ago in Brussels that Europe is in war with Russia, but the Europeans don't notice it. Soros is right in this regard, because there is a war in Europe. But this war is not only against Russia, it's also against the peoples and nations of Europe. The second American geopolitical principle is globalization as the basis of global rule. It is necessary in order to make sure that there are no strong states, but there are weak states, and there are societies that are mixed up and societies that are turning against each other. And in the chaos thus created, the people can be easily ruled. The same thing happened in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in Syria, and in Africa too. And this is happening in Europe. The tool to achieve this goal in Europe is migration, and thus the circle is complete, because the migrants came from those areas that were already destabilized by the United States, because the United States triggered the wars and the other conflicts. But the migrants are not led to Europe by Americans. The migrants are led here by human traffickers. And it was described in two books of Thomas P. Barnett that you can read about this. So Thomas Bennett writes that the basic condition of globalization is a strong, continuous migration flow that destroys nations and societies. A new mixed people must be created, which is not homogeneous, not united. It is divided based upon national and religious and cultural values. The general IQ should be around 90. It's not enough to think critically, but it's enough to work. Now in Europe, we need at least 1.5 million immigrants per year. Barnett also describes that nobody should resist this plan. If anybody resists, they must disappear very quickly. If somebody endangers globalization, Barnett says, I say kill them. Europe does not represent its independent politics, but it's a very strongly affected, impacted by the United States and the NGOs led by the United States. The EU is actually the entry hall of the United States. And not only the European Union, but Germany, as the strongest member state of the European Union, does that. Germany has not been a sovereign country since the Second World War. It cannot represent any independent politics. The enemy clause is still valid at the United Nations against Germany. Let's not forget that the American troops have still bases in Germany. So de facto, Germany is still controlled by the Americans. The third tool that is used in this war is ultraliberalism, which undermines the traditional European culture. The goal of this neoliberalism is the same as the goal of communism, but they use different weapons. They use discrimination, economic sanctions, blackmail with the help of media. There's only one difference. Communism did not want to annihilate families because Stalin realized in 1936 that that would seriously endanger the state foundations, and despite the Marxist doctrines, Stalin got rid of anti-family policies. And therefore, communism remained outside of the families. But it seems that now the communists who have now dressed in neoliberal suits don't want to follow the same tactics. They are now attacking the families and want to annihilate families. So what kind of a Europe is our objective and how can we achieve it? First of all, we have to state it, declare it, that the European Union is not Europe. Europe is much more than the European Union because Russia is also a part of Europe and we must take that into account. A common Europe cannot work without Russia. Russian culture is an important and enriching part of Europe. The second remark is that a united Europe following the American model is not possible and it's not advisable. It's impossible because we do not have a European nation. We have several different nations in Europe, so we do not have and we will never have a unified European nation with its own national identity. We also need a sovereign Europe, the most important criterion of which is to get rid of American dominance and American influence. We need a truly independent sovereign Europe which is not standing for the interests of another continent or another nation, but only follows and represents its own interests. We need politicians who are not dependent either politically or financially on an American NGO or an American institution. We need an independent Europe which will reinstate traditional European cultural values. Europe has always stood on three pillars which were now collapsed in the European Union. These three pillars are Christianity, Greek philosophy, and Roman law. We have to reinstate these three. First of all, Christianity as the symbol and the basis of European culture must be given a place in the new treaty. All Christian institutions must be absolutely supported, and we must protect them. Islam presents a big threat in Europe because Islam is not only a religion, but it is a state form as well. In many cities, Sharia courts have been set up, which create parallel state forms. The second pillar is the Greek philosophy. European Union is not a democratic system. In every institution, So in every institution in the European Union, they are lacking the democratic legitimacy. The European Parliament does not follow democratic principles because the representation is not proportionate. Also, the European Court has no legitimacy because the judges are appointed based on political principles instead of professional principles. So the role of the court is to be the engine of the European Union. It illegitimately goes beyond its competence, interferes in the state matters, and reduces the state's sovereignty. The third pillar is the Roman law, and actually it no longer exists in the EU because the EU has already breached and violated its own rules and ignores the sovereignty of the member states, and it's in complete conflict with the international law. It does not recognize the self-government of the peoples of Europe, like, for instance, in the Crimea and the Ukraine. It doesn't respect the basic constitutional rights of the countries or the fundamental human rights. One of the typical examples for that is a criticism about the Hungarian Child Protection Act, which specifies and gives priority to the parents to raise their children, and it prevents the LGBTQ rights. So the EU criticizes not only the Hungarian legislation, but also the Hungarian constitution that would put the protection of children and the protection of families as a priority. The Article 8 of the European Treaty, European Charter, and also violates the Articles 23, 24 of the Fundamental Human Rights Pact. So these are just some examples, but we could continue the list. So to finish the presentation, what will be the future of Europe? The deficit of democracy is irreparable in the European Union, and therefore it is very important to reinforce the sovereignty of the nation states, because only nation states present a viable future for Europe. And the nation states should not exist and maintained with dictatorial measures like in the EU, but their cooperation should be based on mutual independent cooperation, which is based on the principle of subsidiarity. So any kind of measures or regulations that go against it would be null and void. It is particularly forbidden to intervene in the internal matters of a state, and it is naturally used quite often to intervene in order to, quote-unquote, democratize a country. But that goes against democracy. If the EU defines itself as an organization of legality and rights and freedoms, then it must follow the regulations and it must follow the law. So it must be governed by the law. And the signature is Vienna, 14th of October, Eva Maria Barki, international lawyer. And now we are going to have the presentation of Jan Gregor from the Czech Republic, who represents Alipro, Alliance for the Families.
Hölgyeim és uraim, meg mindig lehet szabadon mondani Közép-Európában. Köszönöm. Köszönöm a meghívást. It's a great honor to be here with you, and what we are facing to. We will soon celebrate 70 years since the founding of the European Coal and Steel Community. Union has been established on the basic thesis that linking markets would create a better future for all members, so war would never arise again. The founders were convinced Christians. This helped them to break out of the utopianism of building more empires, while protecting them from the belief that the kingdom of heaven could already be built in this world. How far have we moved from these foundations? 70 years on, the European Union is drawing up a plan to make the EU a carbon neutral by 2050. The first step is to reduce emissions by 55% by 2030. The chief architect of this green revolution, European Commission Vice President Frans Timmermans, has created the new Green Deal. It plunges the entire Union into poverty and security risk for the sake of a theoretical, better planetary tomorrow, even though the IPCC report itself states that human activity is warming the planet, but adds that aerosols produced by human activity are also cooling the planet. A green revolution is being promoted as on the national level would be impossible. But not only that. One of the main priorities of this Commission is to import the LGBTIQ+ agenda through the European Union. Most recently, the specific legislative proposal of the European Commission on cross-border recognition of same-sex marriages. It does so even though the family policy is the exclusive competence of the member states. The Commission is thus proceeding at least on the edge of European law, or rather beyond it. Not to be unfair to the Commission, its proposals and positions are criticized by majority of the European Parliament as being slow and insufficiently bold. One wonders, first, why is there a steady deepening of the madness, and why do we hear more and more often that there are no alternatives? It should be said at the outset of all the above examples are direct consequences of the way the European Union is set up. It cannot be a superstate or federation. It has simple reason. The citizens of the member states do not consider themselves to be citizens of the Union in the first place. They identify with their nation states in the first place. No European demos, you mean nation, have ever emerged in the Union. On the structure, individual, family, state, and supranational entities, the state is still the highest possible denominator. In the face of threats, whether in the past debt threats to which the fiscal compact respond, or health threats with COVID-19, nation states have always been viable and have shown themselves to be viable. In extreme situations, they can deal with unexpected situations that the law has not foreseen. Supranational entities can contribute to resolving this emergency, but they can never, and I repeat, never resolve them. We feel ourselves to be Europeans, but not EU citizens. It's not a matter of any impression. The referendum on the Euro Constitution was unmitigated disaster for EU elites. How many people have tears in their eyes, except for passionate Beethoven fans, when they hear Ode of Joy? At the same time, it is not true that the citizens of nation states think of themselves as somehow xenophobic. Just a small example from the Czech Republic. In the previous year, the STEM agency found that 69% of respondents felt that they belonged to Europe and they were Europeans. If we compare this figure with the satisfaction of Czechs in the Union, it clearly shows that most people have no problem feeling European, but not as EU citizens. The absence of European demos causes the absence of control of political representation, even at the highest political level. The absence of control is causing major fissures and the highest level of hypocrisy. Some political leaders speaking and acting differently in Brussels and differently to domestic audiences. We need only recall the hypocrisy of some Western politicians in the vote on migration quotas when they willingly voted in favor for redistributing migrants in Brussels, but in the same time and day on national television assured as public that they would not accept any migrants. The European Parliament is not a parliament representing the European demos. It is quasi-parliament. Its mandate is very weak, based on very poor turnout. This is in the run-up to the elections where mainly national issues are communicated. As such, this quasi-parliament does not have governing majority, the Commission is not government, and should not become one. The European Parliament is becoming an increasing powerful player without any responsibility for its political decisions. And here we are at another major problem, which is the minimal political accountability of EU actors and government representatives. If, for example, lively discussions on the new Green Deal have been going in Brussels for over 2 years, then in its full fruits will only be born by the people in few years, when Frans Timmermans will no longer be at the helm and a large number of the politicians who were at the start of this initiative will not be either. In the overall package of change, we are witnessing the first impact of EU policy decisions. The tripling of the price of emission allowance is causing energy prices to rocket. The lack of public scrutiny by political elites is also reflected in the increased influence of lobbying organizations and messianistic influences. How else can we explain the situation when an electric car is considered as carbon neutral product when we do not take account how non-environmental its production was? Or can you imagine the members of the Environment Committee giving Greta Thunberg a standing ovation for her speech? That is only possible in the European Parliament and Western countries. Anyone can criticize. I have shown a few examples of how the system is broken with drastic consequences. Now, it would be fair to say how to change it. The clear objective is to shift the center of gravity towards those who have real legitimacy and responsibility, namely the representatives of the states. The European Council and the Council should substantially strengthen their competencies. At the same time, efforts should be made to introduce anonymity in broader areas than is currently the case. The member states are the masters of the treaties and should therefore keep an eye on the Commission and its non-exceeding competencies. It is time to significantly reduce the powers of the European Parliament. My basic thesis on this indispensability of the nation state is nicely illustrated by the fact that the immediate direction of the Union will be decided by national presidential elections in France. The future of the entire Union lies primarily in the hands of the citizens of national states. So let us count on good results in the current French elections. Thank you for your attention.
most Szlovákiából jobban mondva.
Right now, may I invite our next speaker, who has arrived from the from the upper part of Hungary, which now is part of Slovakia. Our guest represents a Hungarian minority organization active in Slovakia. He is the founder of the Esterházy Academy, and he is president of Via Nova and the Association for Joint Objectives in Upper Hungary.
Dear guests, dear organizers, ladies and gentlemen. Sándor Márai, citizen of Košice, and János Esterházy was two prominent Hungarians who lived in the same land as I do. I am a Hungarian of Upper Hungary, and I share the next idea that we are in this world for us to be home somewhere. I was born in the Upper Hungarian area, which is now part of Slovakia, but I remain Hungarian. So our birth and our descendants defines who we are. So I am a minority from two different aspects. I was born in Czechoslovakia as a Hungarian, and as opposed to some other Hungarians living there in the city of Levice, I have always been living in a minority. But this is not a curse, this is a blessing. That's how I experienced it. It made me stronger. Already as a student, I already discovered those three values Europe is built on and which the old continent must never forget. So these three values, these three ideas are the central ideas of my presentation. With this, Europe can prevail, but without it, it will be an unimportant gray area. And having these values will be enriching. These three values are Christian democracy, regionalism, and the protection of minorities. So let's go backwards and let's start with the protection of minorities. Out of the 9 primary schools in Levice, the only one that teaches in Hungarian is where I studied, so I could learn in my mother tongue. If I didn't have that, I would be a different person today because I should have learned in another language. So I am grateful that I could learn in my mother tongue, but it should be a fundamental right to everyone. Because what kind of a Europe is it that doesn't encourage the enrichment of every cultural community? That would be a weak Europe. The president of the Hungarian parliament, László Kövér, said the following when he was in Slovakia unveiling a Hungarian memorial. He said the right to national culture should be a fundamental right and it should be recognized as a basic human right. I absolutely agree with this idea because we cannot just rely on the mercy of the member states. We have to ensure these rights for everybody. I know that there are some good examples, and of course, every country is different. So I'm just talking about the principle now. Ladies and gentlemen, there are over 50 million citizens in the EU who belong to some kind of minority. That is 1 out of 7 people. And they live in a minority due to peace pacts that were based on political reasons or based on petty revenge and did not take into account the regional features. It is a shame that in January this year, the Minority Safe Pack was rejected by the European Commission, and it would be a huge responsibility to protect the rights of the minorities. So basically, by rejecting it, the European Commission just ignored the will of over 1 million European citizens. Let me also share a personal example. My little daughter was born in Komárno in Slovakia, which is just across the Hungarian border, but as she is born, she is the descendant of war criminals, because our ancestors were considered war criminals in Czechoslovakia. But I imagine a future Europe which will not accept it that newborns can be treated as descendants of war criminals. If it doesn't happen, then everybody will lose in the future. I understand that the Beneš decretums were necessary for Czechoslovakia at the end of the Second World War. But first of all, we no longer have Czechoslovakia, and second of all, the Second World War ended nearly 80 years ago. And thirdly, these decretums, these laws, which claimed the common responsibility of 13 minorities living in Czechoslovakia, these are obsolete. So getting rid of them, apologizing, and rehabilitation of the victims would be inevitable. Such judgments or such condemnations cannot happen in the future Europe. To be European means that we take responsibility for our mistakes, and we not only focus on short-term profits, but we aim to make decisions that will guarantee long-term sustainable peace. And one of the most important areas to ensure the long-term peace is the protection of the rights of minorities. So that's why I consider this one of the most important pillars for the future of Europe. The next one is regionalism. In my birth town, I very quickly recognized the value of multiculturalism. I will never be Slovakian, and my Slovakian friends will never be Hungarians, but we can both be patriots of the same city. And on this recognition, we can build a European politics. I'm not saying with this that national identity is not necessary, because nothing can replace national identity. What I'm saying, though, is that regional features can also be important factors in the national identity. And these national identities can exist within a state, but they can also exist cross-border, and they can connect regions. Now, remaining with the local examples, somebody who lives in a small town in Slovakia belongs to a county in Slovakia where another person, like this person is from Hungarian origin, but another person comes from a Slovakian origin, yet they have to follow the same laws and the same rules. And it is therefore the task of the state to have such laws that will represent all the local residents' interests. Let's just take another example. The upper and lower Bodrokkos regions of Slovakia. Hopefully, if we ensure the regional features to prevail in these areas, the people will have a better understanding with each other, and they can also have more beneficial cooperations across the borders too. As far as the international regions are concerned, the Visegrad cooperation is now very thriving, and Prime Minister Viktor Orban is trying to fill it with new modern ideas. Now it's not the old Frank empires or the Roman Empire, but it is the local nations that are trying to reshape a new Europe and new cooperations. And it's not only due to my identity that I'm hopeful for this kind of cooperations, but because as a Hungarian living in Slovakia, the former Upper Hungary region, we can only hope that these cooperations will thrive. We are in the center of this cooperation, and we are the ones who can speak the languages of these cooperations. And we can absolutely work together on making sure that this cooperation will play an important role in the region. Another political thinker, Miklós Durai, said the same thing in 1991, 30 years ago. We know three different forms of international cooperation: the Europe of states, the Europe of nations, and the Europe of regions. The Europe of states is a federation or confederation of states, but it is feared that it can become a supranational institution. The Europe of nations is based on forming national cooperations, but instead of saying the Europe of nations, we should rather say the Europe of nation states, because there can be both positive and negative examples from our history about the cooperation of nations. So the Europe of nations should replace the Europe of states, where the Europe of states is doomed to fail, like in Central Eastern Europe. And there can be a lot of tensions due to history in these parts of Europe. So hopefully the Europe of nations can be the solution in the future, because it's outside of separatism, irredentism, and other ideologies. We can form a regional cooperation which will not bring about the reshaping of borders. So despite of the currently existing borders, it can reconnect the neighboring regions with each other. And from this, I'd like to move on to the third pillar, which is the most important one. It's Christian democracy. According to József Antal, in Europe, even an atheist is a Christian, because on a continent where Sunday is the day of rest, where even those who don't believe in Christ count the time from the birth of Christ, where in case of an accident everybody says Jesus Christ, we don't need to explain who we are and what holds us together. We are united in the Christian culture by maintaining our differences at the same time. We also consider as brethren, as brothers and sisters, the other denominations like Orthodox churches, but everything that denies Christianity is outside of our cultural circles. And the equality of people, subsidiarity, acceptance of each other, the idea of universality, aiming at social justice, they all derive from Christianity. In the first half of the last century, we could see what happens if foreign ideologies will prevail over Christianity. So we should not we shouldn't even consider an idea of Europe without Christianity. It's not plausible, and we couldn't even call it Europe. Following the Second World War, the cooperation in Western Europe was based on Christian values, although it wasn't primarily for protecting the Christian values. But at the same time, the great Christian democratic politicians created the principles of the new economic cooperation that started the process of European integration based on Christian values. Without this Christian approach, the European Union could not have started to take shape, which then united most of Europe.
By today, moral principles are lacking and financial notions are predominant. The founding fathers, one of the founding fathers, recently received the title Honorable from the Holy See. Is it by chance that Robert Schumann's name became identical with Christian democracy, regionalism? A Lotharingian person persecuted by the Nazis, who was primarily influenced by the thought of Pope Leo XIII, received this title not by chance. We can regain Europe only if we are able to formulate long-term visions, even only if we understand what it means to live in a dictatorship, who recognize the values in cultural cooperation, who understand that beyond the Christian values there is no organizing power. I believe that we are these people. Thank you. Thank you very much for this national credo. And right now, I would like to ask the representative of a country to the floor. A country which is now the prey of unchained plutocracy and liberalism. I'm talking about Sweden. And please, Mr. Almqvist, come to the floor. Mr. Almqvist is now living in Hungary already. He is married to a Hungarian woman. Mr. Almqvist? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me that I am one of the speakers at this distinguished and prestigious conference.
Moving in on Central Europe. There is a conflict between liberal globalists and conservative nationalists, and the Central Europe is to become their next big battleground, or actually already is on good way to be. They have already taken Western Europe, and you all know what it's about, how they are committing a total population replacement in the western parts of Europe. They are destroying natural foundations like the family and the nation, even loosening up things like law and order as a consequence. And while they are doing this, they're also very good at protecting their land winnings. And the way they protect their land winnings is not pretty, it's not democratic, and it doesn't belong in a civilized society. I'm gonna make just an example, because I am an editor-in-chief of a Swedish online web TV channel. We started 2 years ago, and after a little bit more than 1 year, we had about 2 million views every month of our content. And we were the first, the first TV station in Sweden who was not liberal and who could also start doing news broadcasts 7 days a week.
apart from all the other interviews and programs and everything we had. This was in February, March, in the beginning of this year. After we took these big steps, these big milestones, increasing our presence in Sweden, it was only a week or two until the Swedish government, 3 ministers, called for a meeting with the heads of the tech giants, the usual suspects, Google, Facebook, you know them. The topic of the meeting, and the meeting was a secret meeting, so there were never any protocols, but it was announced beforehand. The topic was social media and censorship. And one of the ministers explicitly said that it's good that even oppositional voices can be heard on social media, but it's not okay for people to say anything. Things has to be correct in her world. After this meeting was announced, it was a few weeks until our media was completely taken down from YouTube. We had close to 40,000 subscribers and increasing every day. And only 1 or 2 weeks later, Facebook started to censorship us as well. We are still on Facebook, but for example, you cannot share our videos outside Facebook. Those links are just dead if people click them. We cannot buy advertisement for our videos and several other things they did. And at this point, we couldn't really run news shows the way we did because we had a hard time reaching out to people. So we started to focus more and more on investigating corruption and connections between people from the governmental party, the Social Democrats of Sweden, and the radical left, the Antifa groups, those who use force and violence to silence oppositional people. We found several such connections. Of course, these people try to avoid us, so we've been approaching them outside their workplaces, outside their homes, with cameras, microphones. This didn't fall out well. So we had 3 times since then, in the last half year, 3 times has our studio in Sweden been attacked. We got our windows smashed, we got fire extinguisher being sprayed into the office. They are spraying the facade, they are threatening our landlord. We had the last attack was only last night. A few days ago, we found one of the heads of the Social Democratic Union being connected to radical left. We exposed him. He went mad when we asked him questions, and a few days later, the night before yesterday, our office was again attacked. Plus, the home of one of our reporters. This reporter, he's a very talented young guy. He's only 19 years old. He just finished gymnasium. So he's still living at home. 5 times has his home been attacked. Last night they threw stones through his younger sister's bedroom. She's 17 years old. And in comes some burning smoke grenade of some kind. And they're smashing windows. And this is not the first time. This is the 5th time he got attacked. And do you know how much the established Swedish media, the liberal media, because there are only liberal media in Sweden who are established. Do you know how much they've been reporting on this? 0. Nothing. They never mention these things. I called Reporters Without Borders. I'm sure you heard about Reporters Without Borders. This is your organization that creates the yearly Press Freedom Index. In the Press Freedom Index, you can read, and in every Western liberal outlet, they report every year how Hungary is just getting less and less free. I called them yesterday and I asked, so how come you never reported on these attacks that happened to us in Sweden? They said they don't have time. But I said, but you have time to, every week you're talking about the situation in Hungary, and still you haven't come up with one single example from Hungary of a Hungarian journalist being attacked or being prohibited to work. And this is not the first conversation. I have them recorded. I have both yesterday's conversation recorded and other conversations recorded with the Reporters Without Borders, the first one from 2 years ago. I talked to their head in Paris. Nobody can give an example, but they keep talking about lack of press freedom in Hungary, but complete silence when it comes to Sweden. And Sweden is, of course, the market that the Swedish chapter is supposed to monitor, not the Hungary. Anyway, so now these globalist liberal forces, they are now coming more and more into Central Europe. You can see this battle going on several fronts. For example, this year has been a big, one of the big battles has been the EU funds and the so-called conditions that they decided to attach to the funding. Of course, these conditions are nothing but political blackmailing. It's another political front to attack those who doesn't want to fall into the line behind the liberal globalism. And you have, they have so many means. I mean, they also, you could see a few years ago the Pandora leaks. Now it was the, oh no, now what was Pandora leaks? A few years ago it was the Panama leaks. This is a good deed to find tax avoidance, but if you look more closely to what they've done, they only decided to expose a small percentage of those who were in these documents. So the question is not only who did they expose, but who didn't they expose? And if you look at those that they did expose, it typically consists of countries that the liberal globalist doesn't like. But who didn't they expose? One can only guess. But if you look at who's financing this research group who get these documents again and again, behind them they have George Soros, they have the US State Department, and the other usual suspects in the liberal left NGO world. I think there is a pattern to how the attacks on this part of Europe is now happening, because this is the part of Europe that still hasn't banned to them. You could see a few years ago, after 2 terms, how the National Conservative government of Macedonia went down. It was a very tough election campaign. Open Society was there, all in behind the left, and they won. And former Prime Minister of Macedonia, he had to flee to Hungary. He actually lives in Budapest still today as a refugee. After him, you had, for example, Heinz Christian Strache, the leader of the FPÖ. He had just gone into coalition with the mainstream liberal conservative party in Austria, a strong coalition that could turn Austria in another direction than the liberals wanted to. And then it was only a matter of weeks before there was a setup for him too, a trap that they had arranged, you know, the Ibiza scandal. And then it was 2 weeks ago, it was the Prime Minister of Czechia, Babiš. Then it was last week the Chancellor of Austria, Sebastian Kurz, who had, against the will of the liberals, done these cooperations with the nationally minded right as well in Austria. That's not accepted. So, I mean, who is next? Who knows? But I think the election that happens here in Hungary in April, that's a very important, symbolically very important election for the liberal globalists. That's like a showdown. Can they also curb Hungary? They will use any means they can to do so. So basically, this is the backdrop. This is the context in which we are acting and working. And I would like to say also that the civil world is growing in importance. And therefore, I'm happy to see so many faces here today. The civil world, I will say, mostly those that grow in importance, those parts of the civil world that grows in political influence, it's first and foremost the NGOs. And the most well-known, of course, are the Open Society Network. They are so strong that they can even stage entire civil uprisings in countries, without even elections. They can change governments, like they did in Ukraine, for example. Then you have the social medias, more and more important. The social medias, I would say a few years ago, I would have said that the social medias is a very good thing, because this is a platform where ordinary citizens can get heard. So you don't need to go to the big media companies to be able to talk to others, to be heard, to take part in the conversations. You could do it with social medias. But what happens instead? Well, the social medias today are totally controlled. Again, my medias got totally controlled there, got censored, got locked down. But even if you're not locked down, they now have algorithms to make sure that conservative content doesn't really list. So even if you share a lot of good links to conservative outlets, they're going to make sure your friends are less likely to see them because they don't like it. There are many examples of this also. For example, how in the US elections last year, when the corruption scandals around Joe Biden was started to be pushed by conservative media, who are in a small minority in the US. Overnight, for example, Breitbart, who was one of the prime outlets for this story, overnight they went from 30,000 visitors every day that came through Google to their website after searching on Joe Biden, from 30,000 to 0 overnight. And that was the same night as one of those update days when Google is changing the algorithm of their search engine. And then you have the online medias, of course, also very important. And 10 years ago, people typically visited online medias by typing www.origo.hu or index.hu or whatever. Nowadays, especially among young people, they don't bother to go to the specific medias anymore. They go into the Facebook feed and they see what articles other people have shared. So again, online media, as much censored as anything else you do nowadays. And then you have the celebrities. And these are very dangerous because these are typically not at all political. They don't really have much of their own opinions. But they are there for fame and to be shared and to be seen. So they say and do whatever it takes to get their clicks, to get their followers and their advertisement revenues. That's why, if you look at the influencers today, and maybe it's different slightly in Hungary with the Hungarian influencers, but if you look on the international scale, the American ones, the English-speaking ones from all over Europe, they are more or less all liberal. And these influencers are not, stopped by country borders. They are big here too, or any other country. So this is how the other parts of the civil society have grown in influence and at the cost actually of traditional politicians. Traditional politicians doesn't really have much platforms anymore. Unless they manage to become a political celebrity of their own or something like this, they aren't very much heard. And that also makes our role that much more important, because we are the ones, we and other conservatives within the civil movement are the ones who have to fight back on these new arenas. And the problem is that the situation is both urgent, means there's a lot that has to be done quickly, but this is also work that has to be very long-term, because you cannot just change attitudes and culture overnight. It takes a long time. And last year, we weren't here last year because of the coronavirus. We were having these lectures online. Last year, I was talking about the importance to get from these forums, conversations, documents produced, and all the everything around it, to action. And how do you get to action? What can you do? And how do you do it? And I want to stress that again. And this is not easy, and I'm not trying to put a burden on anybody else. The organizers do a really good job with many things, including the Freedom March next week. But I'm trying to think outside the box. And when I look out here, I see also we are a lot of people here from other countries in Europe, from many countries in Europe. And I just think that all together, combined, we have very strong networks in civil societies in each and every country, more or less. And this is something that I think we could be better at making use of. Like the Open Society is always good at networking transborder as well. And I hope also that maybe between these meetings with speeches, we could also have maybe meetings with workshop themes where we get together actually just to concretely try to figure out what we can do together. And I think when you start to think in these terms, you don't want to invent the wheel again. So you'd like to see, has anybody else done things like this well before? And we already mentioned the Open Society. But I would like to specifically stress also a name that I think very few are familiar with. I don't know if any people here heard the name Mike Podhorzer. Mike Podhorzer. He's not an oligarch, he's not a politician, he's not from any media, but he might be a person who actually changed the outcome of the presidential elections last year in America. Mike Podhorzer was the political director of a left-wing union, labor's union in USA. And there was an article in Time magazine in February this year. The title of the article was "The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election." So, the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved 2020 election. This is an extremely interesting article, and First, I was shocked that Time would publish something like this, but then I realized the reason they do it is because if they don't, and the conservatives would figure out the content, what they were writing about, that could be like a scandal almost. So they rather wanted to put the narrative in place themselves. That's why they're talking about saving the election, and I'm going to get to what it's about. Because this guy, Mike Podhorzer, and this is also what makes him interesting, he's not like George Soros, a person with a lot of money. He had a lot of money in the network he worked with later on, but that's not core to what he did and how he could achieve what he did. How he managed to control such a wide opposition of activists or wide area of opposition of activists in America was about a very good plan, a very good order and structure how to do it. Plus, they were extremely results-oriented. Nothing was about formalities. All was about achieving results. I'm soon going to be more concrete what it actually was about, but I'm just going to start with another quote from the same article. The meetings became, and these are meetings that Mike Podhorzer held. I should mention it first. He had meetings every week with thousands of representatives from the civil society within the left. And those other attendees, in their turn, could reach out to millions. So he became like spider in the web of all, and of every, not only NGOs that were necessarily that typically liberal, but anything that had an interest in opposing the sitting president Donald Trump. He managed to gather them all, a little bit like the opposition is trying to work with on the party level here in Hungary right now, but not as successful, I have to say. Okay, so anyway, so his meetings were held weekly, and this is a quote from the article. The meetings became the galactic center for a constellation of operatives across the left who shared overlapping goals but didn't usually work in concert. The group had no name, no leaders, and no hierarchy, but it kept the disparate actors in sync. And this is a tremendous effort, and that's why I'm talking again about us, how good networks we have if we just knew how to combine them somehow. And not only us, of course, this can be extrapolated on a much larger scale if the conservatives and national-minded became better at organizing themselves and synchronizing, like Mike Podhorzer managed to do. So what did they actually do? Well, I'm going to only mention a few things, but for example, there were a lot of so-called battleground states in the US elections, states which can decide the entire outcome. There is a small difference between the Republicans and the Democrats who's going to win, and where that can really change the outcome. Mike Podhorzer's activist group, they were very, very active, lobbying and pushing for changed election laws, and they even proposed laws in these states, and they managed to get several through. So just before the election, several states were changing their election laws in a way that would disfavor sitting President Donald Trump. They sent out 15 million mails. Again, in the battle states, everything was about battle states. That's where you can decide the outcome of an election. 15 million mails went out, very, very well targeted to those regions where they needed to activate Democrat voters to be able to win and swing the vote in their favor. They had huge activism on Facebook. And they had clear instructions not to try to debate or argue against any conservatives. No, you should, because then they risk losing the discussions. What they were supposed to do and what they did, they went in and filed a report like this is unacceptable content as soon as somebody had wrong opinion and when it became a risk, like this content can get a big spread and pick voters for Trump. So they were mass reporting, and the way the Facebook mechanism works is that if a lot of people report some content, that will automatically be taken down for review. They also disturbed election voters. Like you have these Republicans who are monitoring the polling stations. They were there to disturb them and to stress them and to make it hard for them to do their job, basically. And after the election, there was some serious questions raised about a few of these battle states, how some votes for the Democrats suddenly came huge amounts just over from 1 second to the next, which changed changed the entire election to Joe Biden's favor. So the Republicans and Donald Trump's campaign, they started these lawsuits and legal processes in several states. Mike Podheiser's Horses Network, they were there and they were really disturbing them. I'm going to take one very, very concrete example. There was a Republican senator from Michigan. His name is Mike Shirkey, and he went to New York to Trump Tower for a meeting to discuss these questions about how the election had happened before they had the hearing back in Michigan, before they were about to make the ruling. When he arrives to the airport in New York, he already has left-wing activists standing with banners on the airports following him. When he gets into the Trump Tower and sits down to have this meeting, outside a window, they projected a huge, like a banner, but with some kind of light beam, with the words, "World is watching," to threaten him while he's even sitting there having the meeting. So he says that he cannot go safe anywhere unless he drops these allegations. Time also wrote about this network. It sounds like a paranoid fever dream, a well-funded cabal of powerful people ranging across industries and ideologies, working together behind the scenes to influence perceptions, change the rules and laws, steer media coverage, and control the flow of information. But they were not rigging the election, they were fortifying it. So that's their narrative. They have to tell the story because they cannot keep it a secret. So it's important that people don't see it as this is a rigging of the election or a tampering, but it's a way of fortifying it. Anyway, it was successful. As I said in the beginning, it could very well, because it was so small margins in a few of these states, it could very well have been that the president in the White House would still be Donald Trump today if it wasn't for Mike Podhorzer. So what we have to learn from this, of course, is that he had a very good model, a model that can be copied. And so I mean conservatives and nationally minded Europeans would need a Mike Podhorzer, maybe one who speaks 35 different languages for Europe, but that's another question. But I mean, if we don't have one central person, at least the model itself, the methods can be copied or at least inspire us, I think. So I think we have very turbulent times ahead. But I think that also with a good foundation and with a good plan and with good cooperation and efficient cooperation also, because when it comes down to it, when it's election campaigns, when it's when it's about to happen things, it's important to be able to act swiftly and synchronized. Can we do this? I think we can come out of this turbulent period as winners. And I want to quote, actually, I don't know if you've seen the TV series Game of Thrones. I'm going to quote a character called Lord Baelish there. Chaos is not a pit. Chaos is a ladder. And I mean that we need to build ourselves that ladder. Köszönöm szépen.
Köszönjük szépen, Erik.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to have a 30 minutes coffee break, and then we're going to hear from Frank Shivers from the United Kingdom, among others, and we're going to hear from him what is the situation now after Brexit. But first, enjoy the coffee break.
Köszönjük szépen!
Thank you very much. Now we are going to continue with the conference with the last session for today. We have had a Polish speaker earlier. Now we are going to have another Polish speaker because Hungary and Poland had a common history. We go hand in hand with each other. And also, these two countries have had to suffer the strongest attacks from the Brussels bureaucracy. Zoltán Lomnici already talked about some examples and the turbulences that have been created in Brussels. So we are very eager to hear Mr. Paweł Cubik from the University of Economics in Krakow.
Köszönöm szépen, hölgyeim és uraim, nagyon köszönöm a meghívást a konferenciára. Nehéz nyelv magyar van, de érdekes. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use the opportunity that we have Polish interpretation. I'm going to speak in Polish. Excuse me, my Hungarian is not so good as you could hear. In spite of what we heard before, I'm not going to talk about the court decision. I actually devoted this presentation to a completely different topic. It is something positive. I was looking for something positive in the activities of the European Union institutions, although the end result is not so positive as I was hoping for. So in Poland, something strange is happening because the European Commission has created a situation in which the Polish courts are basically forced to provoke the Polish authorities. So one court questions the status of the other courts. Actually, the whole thing started in 2018 when the reform of the judicial system started in Poland, and we wanted to get rid of all the communist burdens that we have been carrying with us. In 1989, or after 1989, we actually did not change the judicial system in merit. And actually, we implemented many reforms all over the social life, but the judicial system, the court system, fundamentally remained the same. It remained very communistic. So we started a reform in 2018 to which the European Commission responded very aggressively. And we must take it into account that this aggressive reaction was because we came up with some new solutions that actually we tried to take over directly from the German and the Spanish systems. So it was really interesting how come it was okay for Germany and for Spain, but they somehow didn't like it to be transposed to the Polish system. So according to the European Union, it's okay for Spain and to Germany to appoint the judges the way they do, but Poland is not suitable to do the same thing. So this battle is still ongoing. I am participating in this battle myself, and I don't want to talk about it in detail. I actually cannot go into details. Once this the fight is over, I will be able to tell you everything from my side. So currently, I work as a judge, so I am not allowed to talk about this. However, I am convinced that we are going to win this fight. Even if we lose it, I am absolutely convinced that the Hungarians and the Polish know already that even if we lose with honor. But I am convinced that we are going to win at this one. So, what I would like to talk about today is another issue which relates to an activity of the Union where we can say that it concerns all the EU citizens who travel abroad to third countries. The Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union states that European citizens has the right to enjoy in the territory of a third country in which the member state of which they are nationals is not represented, the protection of the diplomatic and consular authorities of any member state on the same conditions as the nationals of that state. This seems to be a very good solution if the member state doesn't have representation in the third country. However, in practice, this is such a regulation that is unimplementable. In third countries, it is very, very rare that such things could happen because the Union actually built up a huge system of support and providing aid to each other. And there are lots of regulations concerning these mechanisms in the various EU treaties. But in practice, in reality, nobody is really making sure that these are implemented properly. When we created these mechanisms of consular protection, the EU did not set up its own mechanisms, but actually talked about the consulates of the different member states. So the Union as such does not have foreign representations, consulates and embassies, but they count on the consulates and embassies of the member states. From this, it follows that if an EU citizen doesn't have a representation of its own member state in a third country, well, actually, let's just talk about Poland, Poland's case. We have over 40 bilateral agreements which govern the foreign representations of Polish citizens in third countries. But the EU ignored it. Why? It's because Germany doesn't have such bilateral agreements. Also, Hungary has similar agreements. If I know correctly, Hungary has about a dozen of such bilateral agreements. So the mechanism itself that the EU created only concerns a very narrow circle. For example, it relates to accidents, cases of death, arrests, road traffic accidents where medical emergency is needed or quick evacuation is needed, for instance, in the case of a natural disaster like a volcano eruption or earthquake, or if somebody's documents are stolen and a transitional passport needs to be issued. So these are the issues that the EU directive regulates. And in any other sort of diplomatic representation is not covered. What is the most harmful for Central European countries is that the citizen, the protection of the citizen of the given country depends on the regulations of the home country, or the member state itself, of which he is citizen. So, for example, if a Polish citizen ends up with the protection of a Finnish consulate in a third country, then the Finnish consulate must treat the Polish citizen exactly the same way as it would a Finnish citizen. So the Finnish consulate cannot differentiate between the Finnish or the Polish citizen. In the case of the Central European member states, this role of protection, of consular protection, is governed by the constitution. Well, at least in Poland, and as far as I know in Hungary too, it is in the constitution of these two countries to provide this kind of protection. So these tasks are provided for free. The citizens do not have to pay for it. So the Polish consulate would help a Lithuanian Spanish or a Swedish citizen free of charge. But at the same time, in many Western countries, they fulfill the same tasks. However, they charge the citizen for whom they provide protection. So if a Polish citizen or a Hungarian citizen ends up in a third country where he needs the protection of another member state's consulate, then he will have to pay the price. And the EU unfortunately did not create an efficient mechanism due to this exact fact. The EU seems to have forgotten about such factors. It can be sort of an arrogance. So the EU forgot that based on international law, it should be asked in every single case what the third country thinks about, or how the third country regulates these things. So the EU issued a directive, but they think that everybody, even countries in Africa, will abide by these regulations. But actually, in practice, that's not how it works. Because let's suppose that a Polish citizen might end up in trouble in an African country, and he goes to the consulate of an EU member state, and the consulate tries to provide some kind of aid to him. But in the given African country, maybe the local government of that country will not allow it because they do not have information about it, that this other EU member state is responsible for providing support to this certain citizen. So the EU worked out this mechanism, but it ignored the fact that this is not a general global regulation that would apply in all corners of the world. Besides this, they also ignored the international bilateral agreements. Like I said, in the case of Poland, there are over 40 such bilateral agreements, and it is regulated there how, in what ways the consul can meet an EU citizen who has been arrested, for example. There are many ways to do that. So in some countries, written consent is necessary from the country's government where it happens, and in some countries, the third country's consul or authorities, the third country's authorities must be notified. And sometimes the consul doesn't even know how to notify the other country's authorities. So many times he just doesn't do anything. And therefore, the European regulations just not put in practice. Another thing that we have to pay attention to is that the Union based this ideology on Article 23 of the Treaty of Europe, and it stipulates how it provides aid in third countries based on the stipulations of the of Article 23. So let's say that an EU citizen needs the representation of another EU member state's consulate in a third country. It is actually printed in the EU passports, but it's just a huge promotion which doesn't really have a practical background, because in reality it is very often limited to issuing a temporary passport until the person can return to his home country, for example, when his passport has been stolen. But there are many cases when, for example, somebody needs to be transported from home. For example, in the case of war or in the case of a pandemic, some countries may decide that they evacuate their citizens. So how does it happen in reality? The implementation of such actions are usually very chaotic. We have to highlight that actually when this takes place, the EU mechanisms are not used. It is always based when it has happened in the case of Poland, for example, the Ukrainian consulate was used by Poland, so most Polish citizens were evacuated using Ukrainian help and Ukrainian planes, because that seemed the most logical solution and the most cost-efficient solution, because flying the Polish citizens to Ukraine meant that they were almost at home already, because Ukraine is quite close to Poland. And the same thing happened in Australia, in Canada, in the United States. Actually, nobody cared if the person was an EU member state citizen or not. So, in summary, all these mechanisms are only a facade which do not really work in reality. So what can we do about them? What's the solution? The operation of consulates is very important for economic cooperation as well. And also our region must develop these cooperations, and regional cooperation treatment or regional cooperation agreements, must be signed. The Scandinavian countries are way ahead of us. They are doing much better, but the Visegrad 4 countries could follow their example. It doesn't mean that there should be only one consulate representing 4 countries everywhere, but there should be an office dealing with the citizens of all 4 countries. It would be very efficient also from the financial aspect, and it would also be quite a prudent solution. Actually, more and more countries decide to make cooperation agreements with each other like that, and that's the way of the future, it seems. So, in the case of Poland and Hungary, there could be such an agreement for general representation. Actually, in 1991, it was Poland that represented Hungary in South Korea. Similarly, in Belarus, and Poland has a similar agreement with Lithuania too. So, for example, in the Maghreb countries, meaning Algeria, Libya, and Morocco, and Tunisia, in these countries, the Polish consulate represents Lithuanian citizens. So, let me tell you how it works in practice. The European Commission has actually commissioned me to review the issue of consular protection, and based on the statistics, the situation seemed really terrible. But there are only some classical cases. So I concluded that perhaps Poland has 5 cases all in all where it had to represent citizens of another EU member state. However, there have been about a dozen cases when we helped Lithuanian citizens, but it wasn't based on the EU regulations. It was based on the bilateral agreement between Lithuania and Poland. So in the European Commission, then they asked me, so can we write that? Can we include that in our statistics? And I said no. It is typical, by the way, of how they falsify statistics. So Poland has a huge consular system, especially, for instance, in regions like Central Asia, like Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and so on, you know, some of the smaller republics of the ex-Soviet Union. And we could have stronger cooperations, for instance, with Hungary, because culturally we are very similar nations. We have long common history going back to the Middle Ages. We spilled our blood against fighting fighting against Islam, and we have very close relationships, like Polish and Hungarian are brothers, and so we should cooperate better on the consular field as well. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen az előadást. Azt látjuk, hogy a Brexitet követően
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation, where you can see that in the post-Brexit era, the European Union has made life quite difficult in the UK. It seems as if the EU had sent a certain message not only to Britain, but also to all those countries who are just thinking about leaving the Union. We can see the news, the lack of goods, the empty shelves in the supermarkets, the problems at the petrol stations because of the lack of drivers. So I think everyone would be very much interested in this first case presentation on post-Brexit situation. Frank Shivers, please come to the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody, and would like to say thank you for the invitation to come to this beautiful city. We had a brief tour last night, which was fantastic, and a fantastic conference. I normally, you'll forgive my speech, I normally do the sort of the backroom negotiation side of things. As you can see, I have a face for radio, not for presenting. So I'll be very quick in what I'm about to say. I would also like to say as well, the UK have left the EU, but we haven't left Europe, and things like this are very, very precious to us to continue on with that that negotiation and openness together with the European partners. It's over 5 years since the people of the United Kingdom voted in a referendum to leave the European Union. Today the UK is outside the EU and mostly no longer subject to its rules. But that's only after a titanic political struggle, both at home in the UK and with the EU itself. For better or worse, some of the changes both hoped for and feared are beginning to take shape in the UK. But the story is far from over. The post-Brexit UK-EU relationship is poor, to say the least. And I was actually on today with Lord Frost, our negotiator, and he's over in the EU at the moment. And after some negotiation where the EU said that they wouldn't move, lo and behold, they have moved, and we're looking very good to get a bit of a deal where they've released 80% of the Czechs in Northern Ireland. The European Union is now an economic and political partnership of only 27 countries. Brexit, which the term was used to describe Britain's departure from EU, represents the most important constitutional shake-up of the UK, since basically we joined. A last-minute deal on post-Brexit trade and future EU negotiations has since been formally ratified. It allows for tariff-free, quota-free access to each other's markets for goods, but doesn't cover services and many other things. Released from the EU trading and free movement rules, the UK has introduced its own policies on trade and immigration, which is great for us as a country and is very welcomed from the people in the UK. Other changes affect the people, travel and business. EU nationals already living in the UK and Britain's resident on the continent have the right to remain, but some uncertainty for the future. The UK's departure from the EU's single market and customs union has brought significant disruption to trade, particularly to UK exports to the EU, due to new border rules and red tape, while tighter immigration rules have contributed to labour shortages. However, the impact on supplies has at times been difficult to distinguish from that of the coronavirus pandemic. The UK has repeatedly delayed imposing new border checks on EU imports, citing supply chain issues. EU relations and the UK relations continue to be strained. London and Brussels have clashed over fishing, diplomatic representations, coronavirus, vaccine exports, and above all, new arrangements for Northern Ireland. As a citizen of Northern Ireland, this is one that has disappointed me the most in our negotiations with the EU. Although part of the UK, Northern Ireland continues to follow some EU rules under the divorce deal to keep an open land border with the Republic of Ireland, which has remained an EU member. But tensions over the new rules escalated into a row over the negotiated protocols, setting them out, and there was all sorts of threats of violence and return to violence in Northern Ireland, which was grossly exaggerated by people with a certain agenda. The resulting new internal trade barrier with the rest of the UK disrupted supplies from Great Britain, causing anger amongst unionist communities. Grace periods extended unilaterally by the British government have been prolonged indefinitely. The two sides are talking, and actually the EU had said that they wouldn't renegotiate, and the UK, we took a very hard stance, and it seems that the EU have blinked first, with the EU yesterday giving some concessions for negotiation. Within the United Kingdom, post-Brexit tensions have also continued in Scotland, where separatist parties won a majority of seats. We also have a call for another independence referendum. So splitting from Europe has created a bit of I suppose, a will for some of the devolved nations to split from the UK. And it's a bit of a struggle at the moment for the UK to try and bring that together, certainly for a Conservative government. The UK is beyond the remit of EU laws, theoretically, but challenges are possible in each other's courts, and punitive measures may be taken if subsidies distort trade. I mean, for me, that was one of the biggest pluses, that we could trade and we could negotiate with other countries in a completely individual way, and we weren't bound by the EU rules. So that, again, is part of the negotiations that we're trying to get through. The UK will also stay in the European Convention of Human Rights, which is a good thing. Scientific cooperation will continue with the UK, still a paying member of the EU's Horizon Europe programme for 7 years. It will also remain in a number of the schemes, monetary schemes for community groups. The Erasmus is not one of them, but there's student exchange programmes. Several other key policy areas are excluded from the Accord. Foreign policy, external security and defence cooperation is not covered by the agreement, as the UK did not want to negotiate this matter according to the European Commission. It's in everybody's interest, security-wise, that we have a great relationship, and I don't see that changing in any way going forward. And certainly the view of the government and Lord Frost in negotiating is that, you know, that needs to go forward. As of the 1st of January 2021, there is therefore no framework in place between the UK and the EU to develop and coordinate joint responses to foreign policy challenges. For instance, excuse me, the imposition of sanctions on third country nationals or economics. Brexit also means that the border between Northern Ireland, which is where I live, part of the UK, and the Republic of Ireland, which remains in the EU, is one of the most politically sensitive frontiers in the world. It has been a difficult negotiation for the UK and for Europe to try and resolve these issues. Hopefully, with the EU yesterday giving some ground, we hopefully will get to a satisfactory arrangement. But the arrangements in the revised Northern Ireland Protocol, in the divorce deal, as it was called, as in the previous version, are designed to avoid a hard border. Such a border posts and protects the former frontier. At the end of the transition period, Northern Ireland has left the EU customs union with the rest of the UK, which wants to pursue an independent trade policy. But in practice, Northern Ireland is still very much in the EU. It's a foot in the EU and a foot in the UK. Northern Ireland was guaranteed unfettered access to the UK's internal market, but the rules mean there is effectively a new regulatory divide in the Irish Sea, especially concerning goods sent from GB to Northern Ireland. And as a business person as well, it's been very, very difficult in the past sort of year getting goods from within our own country as such, within the UK, and all due to the intransigent sort of negotiations of the EU. Boris Johnson's previous insistence that there would be no checks, he intended that to be a true statement, but it's been proven that they just couldn't do it. Hopefully going forward that will happen. In December 2020, the EU and the UK struck agreement on details for implementing the arrangements for Northern Ireland. As part of the accord, the British government agreed to ditch a controversial plan to override parts of the original deal, which would have breached international law. They have since threatened that with the Article 16 and revoking that. But as I say, hopefully with the new concessions given yesterday by the EU, that won't be necessary. No matter what side people have taken, Brexit is far from finished, and the positive and negative impacts will take decades if they ever complete. The EU have made it very difficult, and I think they've sent a very plain message to the remaining members. If you want to leave, it will be very unpleasant, it will be very difficult. But at Union Blue, our mission is to reach all workers and trade unions in our country. We are focused on improving employment rights, tackling low pay, helping to raise productivity, and supporting even greater employment satisfaction. Brexit has without doubt been the biggest opportunity and risk to our mission at Union Blue. Thank you for your time and listening, and as I said, I was going to be quite brief. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Köszönjük szépen Shivers úrnak. Mi magyarok, anyaországi magyarok különösen.
Thank you very much for this presentation. We Hungarians living in Hungary always look with protective eyes over the upper Hungarian region, which is now in Slovakia, and also the Transylvanian region, which is now in Romania. We are all Hungarians, but now, after the Trianon Peace Treaty at the end of the First World War, we have huge Hungarian minorities living in Romania and Slovakia. So for us, it was extremely important that the secular National Council had an initiative where they tried to make sure that some minorities living in different EU regions may have direct access to EU funding. And actually they started a petition and was collecting signatures from people, and we have Balázs Izsák with us today. He's going to talk more about it, so please take the floor and have your presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and as you could already hear from the introduction, I am going to talk about a civil initiative. I am representing this initiative, which we wanted to contribute to the transformation of the European Union, and it talks about what we expect of the European Union as well. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about member states and regions against globalization. This is the title I gave to my presentation. It's important to highlight from this regard that the national features of Europe are not only carried by the member states, not only represented by the member states, but also represented by several regions. For instance, what is the situation of secular land? The situation of secular land is what we were building on, but we were also looking for connections with other minorities. For instance, the Catalans in Spain, the Bretons in France, and we didn't foresee Brexit, but Scottish are a minority in the UK, so we also tried to find connections with them, and we tried to come up with a unified European terminology or unified European agenda of how these regions where significant minorities live could step up for their rights. these minorities can be considered cultural minorities in a region. So, for example, if somebody looks at the map, looking at Transylvania, for example, you can see that Sacklerland is an area, and the borders of Sacklerland are a linguistic border, because beyond Sacklerland, most of the people speak Romanian. And when I speak about Sacklerland, that's where most people speak Hungarian. They are ethnic Hungarian minorities. And also, when this was our starting point, we could see that Sacklerland is outside of the Romanian development policies. So the Romanian central government does not really put a lot of emphasis on these lands. So 100 years ago, Hungary lost its right to make plans about Transylvania. And this right was given to Romania. But Romania doesn't live with this opportunity. They don't want to develop Sacklerland. And in this moment, we are talking about 1,000 million, or in other words, 1 billion euros. It's quite a huge number. It's even hard for me to say it. So in the next 7 years, we have a budget of 1 billion or 1,000 million euros allocated to the development in Romania. And Romania, the Romanian government, has already applied for 80 million, but we don't know how much of the 80 million will be spent on the Sacklerland area. Based on the previous years, we can see that the large majority of the EU funds are only for settlements and communities in Transylvania, which are populated mostly by Romanian-speaking people. And these funds are not targeting the Hungarian villages and communities. When the European Commission actually talked about it, or when we brought this to the attention of the European Commission, it was a very difficult process. It was a member of our working group, Dr. Balázs Tárnok, who wrote an article in Newsweek, the American paper, and in this article he explained that it seems that the EU focuses on globalism rather than the diversity of the regions, or the diversity, already existing indigenous diversity of the member states. You could see in the last years that the decision-making is now focused on EU institutions. There are 3 levels in the EU level, the member state level, and the regional level. And now more decisions, or the more important decisions, are made on the EU level. Since I sent my study to the Commission, and I sent them for translation as well, we have already witnessed some changes. Because when I started with the whole thing and I sat down to write my study, and also we started petitioning and we started collecting signatures, it was actually a difficult process. Even the petition was controlled. And now it seems at the beginning of October that we have managed to go over the threshold. In 3 countries, which are Romania, Hungary, and Croatia, we haven't received feedback, but we are absolutely sure that in the case of these 3 member states, we're going to have an approval. And then we can say that with the approval and the support of these member states, these civil initiatives will start on a new path, and it will be a successful civil initiative. But then the question is, okay, but what will happen after that? When we launched the initiative, we said that we wanted to get into an area where we can fight with European tools for our homeland. when they said that this is a successful civil initiative, then it means that we have managed to set our foot in the arena. But that's where the more difficult part of the work comes, because we have to force the European Commission to pass a decision, to pass legislation. It would be enough for us if the EU simply declared that it recognizes the existence of national regions, and the notion of national region would become a part of the EU acquis. But how can we enforce it? Well, in my opinion, there are several tools that we can use. We have different resources because there are already existing movements in different European regions, and we have to find the ones that we can form an alliance with, and we have to build an alliance of national regions. So we have to build up an institution, a European institution of national regions. And then the EU will have two choices. Either they will pass legislation to ensure that these regions will have equal rights and they will have equal access to the development funds, or the EU must face with the fact that as a European institution, these regions will be allowed to take also or apply in tenders and take also some fundings from the European Development Funds. We have gathered 1,400,000 signatures, and that provides sufficient moral background or moral support to organize this European alliance. But one thing I am absolutely sure of, the European Commission will not ignore us anymore because that's what they tried to do earlier in 2013. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen Izsák Balázsnak. Egy felmérés szerint...
Thank you very much, Mr. Izsák. According to a survey, the result of migration will be that a huge Muslim majority will live in Europe by the end of the decade, especially in the Scandinavian countries. And with this, let me give the floor to Ilmari Rostila from Finland. Kedves szervezők, hölgyeim és uraim!
It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak to you here. We have heard numerous brilliant speeches here, and very many clear-minded ideas have been put forward here. I think I can't add very much to this, but I feel already relieved because we see that this conference is really fulfilling its task. The need for nations, why Europe needs sovereign nation states. First, a little about Finnish expectations when joining the EU in 1995. The Association of Finnish Culture and Identity, which I'm here representing, is a traditional Finnish cultural organization founded in 1906. The purpose of our organization is to strengthen a positive sense of national identity, patriotism, to safeguard Finnish language and Finnish-speaking culture and to promote a democratic way of thinking and sovereignty. When Finland began discussing the possibility of joining the EU, the patriotic spirit of the previous generations still lived strong. We were confident that joining the EU would not threaten our nation, language or culture, since in the 19th European cooperation was understood in terms of internationalism as cooperation between sovereign nations and not in terms of transnationalism. Here's a quote: "A backwards country we are not, and an isolated country we don't want to become, so let us be Europeans," declared the editorial of a prominent Finnish periodical in the year 1994. This feeling was echoed by the Finnish intelligentsia and political elite, most of whom were clearly suffering from so-called oikophobia, fear of your own roots, and couldn't think critically about the EU. They were blinded by the promise of Finland becoming part of Europe, and that soon we wouldn't have to travel abroad to go to Europe because Helsinki would be in Europe. And actually, some high-level Finnish politicians put the aim as to become an element in the nuclear of EU. National traditions and culture in the shadow of EU. Now it seems that we should have listened more carefully to what was being said by the European leaders of that era. Already in 1996, Chancellor Helmut Kohl of Germany insisted that the nation-state cannot solve the great problems of the 21st century, and that the disintegration of European nation-states into one large political union is a question of war and peace. In stating that the era of nation-states is over, Kohl was echoing what prominent social and political scientists of his day were also saying. For example, Jürgen Habermas provided a systematic critique of tradition that questioned the relevance of past values. He promoted social and cultural identities that stood in opposition to national sentiments and traditions. His main idea was that people should be detached from their national communities. Habermas' post-national identity is post-historical and post-traditional. It is not defined by the past, and it is freed from traditions. Habermas also thinks that the European peoples can no longer be conceived as culturally homogeneous and regards concepts like the people or the nation as a dangerous fantasy undermining diversity. As Frank Furedi has aptly pointed out, this means transforming diversity from a descriptive term into a moral value that attributes superiority of heterogeneity over homogeneity. Ulrich Beck and other prominent German social scientists spoke of a transnational Weltanschauung, according to which politics had to be deterritorialized and identities denationalized, because national politics had become ineffective in a globalized world and because nation-states violated the new principle of diversity. It denied diversity by dividing basic rights by nation. Here, one must remember, however, that cultural diversity as a core European value was until recently understood as the diversity of national cultures. The EU elites and post-nationalist commentators saw nation-states nationalism traditions based on historical continuities and the legitimacy of identities built around national cultures as something unequivocally bad, since they held all these things as responsible for Europe's past destructive violence. Even though, as Hannah Arendt has pointed out, totalitarianism witnessed during World War II was a violation of and a break from Western history and tradition, not part of it. Instead of reaffirming tradition, upholding internationalism, supporting nation states and the diversity of national cultures, the EU has embraced transnational cosmopolitanism and identity politics, where there is no legitimate place for nation states, national cultures, or national identities. But as the COVID-19 pandemic showed, when times get tough, the thing we rely on is the nation state. Some thoughts as a conclusion: restoring the idea of nations. Thus, what is needed is to relearn the relevance of the values of the past for contemporary times and to promote national sentiments and traditions. The EU must recognize national cultures and sovereign nation states as Europe's backbone and let go of its transnational idealism. The strength of Europe lies in the difference of its member states, not in the forced similarity. Our important contribution to the rehabilitation of the nation was to translate and publish Sir Roger Scruton's most important book, The Need for Nations, in Finnish last year, titled Kansakuntaa tarvitaan. Scruton's book reminds us of what we have forgotten and eloquently defends nation states, explains where the advocates of supranational organizations or transnationalism go wrong, why patriotism, as Scruton understands it, is a positive thing, and why national loyalties are needed for democracy to work. According to Scruton, the case against the nation state has not been properly made, and the case for the transnational alternative has not been made at all. And that we must take back our inheritance to reassume it. As Robert Hawthorne summarized Scruton's idea, a viable democracy requires a community to which most people feel they belong to and to which they owe their loyalty. They must feel part of a collective we. They must be linked by ties of reciprocal obligation that ensure they help each other in time of need, that motivate them to participate in political life and respect the outcome of the democratic process when they lose. They must also feel that important decisions affecting the community are under their collective control. If these conditions are not satisfied, democracy will atrophy, respect for law will decay, and the society may even break up into warring fractions. I would like to end my presentation with some of Mark Dooley's words from this year's issue of European Conservative, where he writes that we must persuade people that the ideas matter and that they matter most when used to defend the values that define us. Hegel knew that unless we assimilate and engage with the cultural, spiritual, political, and philosophical heritage that is ours, we shall remain strangers to ourselves. The fact that so many have now disengaged from that heritage, opting instead for a rootless life among the shadows, is no reason for apathy or despair. For it is only when we give people a reason to come home that they will finally see why living as a stranger is no life at all. Thank you.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilmira Rostila. And with this, we have reached the end of our conference, at least the first day. If I may summarize in just one sentence after listening to all the presentations, we all agree that huge, deep changes are needed in order for the EU to actually fulfill its function that the founding fathers had in mind. Or that's how the EU should be working. And as Cerf also says, that we can function as a community of free nations. Thank you very much for the rich presentations and for your patience. And we are going to meet again 9 a.m. tomorrow. And tomorrow we are going to finalize our manifesto. And I would like to ask the audience to spread the knowledge, all the messages that you heard here today. Let's talk about it with more and more people. And I would like to also thank for the support the Szerencsejáték ZRT company for providing their financial support to this conference. Thank you very much for being with us. Enjoy the evening and have a good rest.